Just waiting for the online. Yeah. And for people online as well who have joined us, thank you. Thank you all for coming. My name's Shane Downer. I'm the Heritage and International Partnerships Officer here at Milton Keynes City Council. We had a great day yesterday in terms of exploring the key themes around archiving the city and the programme which is being run today in conjunction with the International New Towns Institute, Pooleyville, and our three archive partners, Milton Keynes City Discovery Centre, the Living Archive Milton Keynes, and Buckinghamshire Archives. So thank you to all those partners as well for contributing to this event, and indeed to all of you for coming. I thought I'd give a quick recap of day one. I think it's always useful in terms of thinking where we might want to be by the end of today. And also I'm aware that some of you could not join us yesterday. So obviously of the four questions which we're looking at in terms of archiving the city, the first one, what is an archive? As well as the presenters and speakers and the discussion yesterday talking about the different and wonderful forms of archives themselves in terms of maps, photos, films, oral histories, digital material, and other material, and focused around the new town of Milton Keynes. We discussed about the historic archives, the new town archives, and the contemporary archives, and indeed this archiving of Milton Keynes as a new city. What should we be collecting? Then we thought about the archive as a building itself and how archives are made visible through that. And we had discussions around film nights, exhibitions, events, gatherings, images on the sides of buildings across the city, taking over shop units, websites, digital platforms, and we even had a hot air balloon going across Thamesmead with 200 faces on it. So it shows in terms of how archives can be seen in different lights and how we ensure that visibility for an archive and the archives themselves can happen. We had a discussion, speakers pointed out about the power of access to the original material and how important that is. That yes, you can have it digitally online, but there is nothing as good as the original material to consult. And we also talked about the importance of interpretation, how having a person there to help and guide people and interpret that material. We talked about how artists can come in and help communities to interpret the material for them in more creative ways. And obviously we saw yesterday at the Wiki Pavilion the creative interpretation that Pooleyville and Urban Fabric had done on that Wiki Pavilion in terms of showing archives in a different way and even creating the Andrew Mahadi benches from the material at Milton Keynes City Discovery Centre. So you were actually sat on archives yesterday, some of you. And so, you know, that's again a fantastic way in terms of bringing the power of archives to people. In terms of the collecting, what we should be collecting now as a city, the discussion was in terms of whose story is it? We talk about the formal archive, the collections of the Development Corporation, the City Council, but there's the community archives that are held by local communities and individuals across the city. And the feeling that ownership is really important, that this is about an exchange. It's about collecting with the locality as well as in the locality. We had presenters talking about how agreements with particular projects and target audiences, whether that's around ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender, but also transient communities that might be in Milton Keynes for a short time. The whole element of collaboration and networking across the city came up as part of that. And then we looked at archives not in isolation. So we were looking at the cultural infrastructure of the city and an archives place within it. As a new town and a planned city, there was a discussion around how design spaces within this building, which potentially will hold the archive, is really important. The link to the architecture and the art which is around this building is really important. The thinking in terms of how Milton Keynes is all at the same time, city, town, new town, historic village, and looking at that wider cultural heritage landscape which Milton Keynes has, and how archives relates to that and engages with different organisations, different communities, different people over the course in terms of delivering an activation programme. We looked also in terms of how buildings like the new Institute in Rotterdam think of the archives as part of a wider attraction, a part of a wider experience. The experiential element is so important. So looking at independent shop, independent cafe, something that will draw people to here, but then that shop and cafe are also linked in with the archive, with archive images around the building, which then people obviously then can get drawn into the stories which those archives held. The business spaces, having creative industry spaces, this is already a space of study. People come here and study. There's such an attraction there to link it to people wanting to study and use the archives for their own, whether that's personal research, whether that's part of their business, and it's thinking again about the user perspective and why are people wanting to access these archives. So again, it's about a collaboration and an exchange between the archive and those users, those people. And finally, we talked about the importance in terms of the locality itself and understanding that you can't always get people to come to the centre. You can try and bus people here, but actually thinking about that collecting with and in the locality and how that happens. And again, we've seen with the Wiki Pavilion in Kent's Hill, in Middleton Hall, how something with a real archives focus, creatively done, can attract people to come there and open the discussions and start to have discussions about this archiving the city. So that is a short summary, fairly short summary, in terms of what we looked at yesterday. Today we're going to look at a bit more about the power and the emotion element behind the stories, and in terms of what Milton Keynes City Council is doing through its Newtown Register, and also what Living Archive have done for over 30, 40 years. I forget now what birthday you've got to, 39 years, working with those communities and giving a voice to residents, and the power and emotion that comes from that. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Simon, my colleague. Simon Peart is the City Council's Conservation and Archaeology Manager, ensuring our designated heritage is protected and valued, and ensuring that existing and new developments take our heritage into account. He is a strong supporter of cultural heritage, museums and archives, always happy to give public talks, tours and participate in events. More recently, Simon has led on this Newtown Register, which we will hear about today, a different type of local list project, which has set a new agenda for how new towns can celebrate and profile its modern heritage. Understanding that people's stories and archives have valuable information that can bring these Newtown buildings and spaces to life, his project has helped test ideas with communities that will help the City Archive in its planning, and we will see more of that this morning. So Simon, welcome, over to you.
Thank you, Shane. I mean, you said more recently, but obviously this project has been going quite a long time actually. It feels like it's a long time in the making, and we're really starting to make progress. A few of you in the audience will have heard these sorts of discussions about the Newtown Register before, so you might want to have 15 minutes sort of brain rest, I think, and then tune back in afterwards. But we are gaining some momentum, so Shane thought it was worth saying something about this, and actually a slightly different audience, so hopefully we can just have a quick skip through what the Newtown Register is, what it's doing and where we are with it. Milton Keynes has got a really unfair reputation for looking, I guess, a little bit more like this. Have I pressed the right button now? The reputation isn't for looking like this. Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Which actually is nothing to be worried about, because obviously this is from, I would imagine, sometime after 1985, the Point Cinemas there. Some of you will be familiar with it. But actually, it's got this reputation of looking, you know, being made of concrete and everything sort of being square and being characterised by the grid roads. But actually, we have a lot of pre-existing heritage. We have market towns, historic villages, ancient settlements, and actually here, bearing in mind that we don't have a major town at the centre of our borough with as many sort of listed buildings and conservation areas you'd normally find, we've got 1,100 listed buildings, 27 conservation areas, 5 registered parks and gardens. 2 of those have arrived in the last couple of years, just been designated, so there's a growing awareness. And I put 49.5 scheduled ancient monuments. I think Turvey Bridge is sort of half in Bedford, half in our borough. So actually we've got this kind of traditional stuff. So there's a wealth of existing heritage. And I put in a couple of highlights. Some of you will be aware of these, those of you who are more local. So Bletchley Park, obviously really well known internationally now, and the impact that had on the world, but wasn't known for a long time, and actually went through its own cycle, which is mirrored by, we'll talk about Newtown heritage assets in a minute, went through a cycle of sort of under-appreciation, under-awareness. Nobody knew what it was. There are specific reasons for that, but now obviously celebrated, as attracted grant funding and sort of turned around and really needs to be remembered for the involvement of people, of volunteers through a period where it was underappreciated, and it kept going and it kept the awareness alive, and they got designations, and now we're through to the good bit. And I guess there's a parallel in that, and the same with Woughton Railway Works. Industrial archaeology and architecture was underappreciated for a long time, and now designations seem a bit more easier, appreciation's a bit higher, we hope, and that's the same sort of thing that's paralleled in the new town. So 3 country houses, and well, this is a quote from one of our documents that you'll see in a minute, but the largest, most ambitious and economically successful British new town. I'm not sure quite how they measured the economically successful. I think we just imagine that comes from the rest of it, really. We like to think that anyway. So yeah, so how does, against all this traditional heritage, what most people would consider to be heritage, how does the new town, actually new city now, so most of you be aware, it's a city now, how does that feature and how do we capture that? Well, actually, the government have already got involved, and they've actually statutorily designated some of the buildings and structures in it. So you can see you've got sculptures in there. We've got the registered park and garden, Camel Park, that I talked about. Most of you, I guess you'll know some of these, maybe not all of them. Octo, the sculpture, is across the way, and I think we might be able to see that on the walk later on. But these are listed buildings are protected by law, and the government has said, right, we think these things have met that really high bar for post-war buildings. So that's, you know, it's a real sort of feather in our cap that we've got these buildings. The government has shown that they are capable of being appreciated, they are capable of being valuable. So kind of, and I guess the other end of that story though is that the new town is reaching a certain age where buildings are, you know, the technology used and the building techniques used, especially with a sort of sustainability agenda, they sort of can be often either under-insulated or uninsulated in some cases. and there are questions being asked about buildings and the longevity of them, and serious decisions being made by the people who own the buildings about what they're going to do with them, whether they're going to take them away, whether they're going to refurbish them. So there's serious questions being asked. Also maintenance, just they're coming into that period of their life cycle. It's the age where they need a lot of investment if there's not been a lot of investment. So you kind of, if you imagine this sort of whole new town era is sort of, I feel like it's a bit up for grabs really, in terms of we've really got to get in and figure out what needs to be appreciated, what needs to be valued, and how do we influence decisions. So where you've got nationally important things that the government has recognised, you can have locally important things as well. And in planning, so I think this is my only planning slide, so apologies for the words, but really you're talking about non-designated heritage assets. So I've highlighted the kind of key bit there, and you've got a list at the start that you've probably read already. So it doesn't just have to be buildings, it can be other things as well. And the key difference is they're not statutorily protected, so not protected by law. So with a listed building, it's a criminal offence to undertake any unauthorised works to it. With non-designated heritage assets or things on a local list, really what it does is when there's a planning decision to be taken, when there's a planning application, you take that into account and you balance it with all other factors. So it's not a guaranteed protection of something, but it's hopefully a guarantee that you will have a really good decision that considers all considerations. Some of you will know this is actually the bicycle mural in Stantonbury was part of a local centre. Local centre was going to be demolished by Aldi to make a new supermarket, and I think thanks to the involvement of MK Forum, stakeholders and some work by ourselves, it actually got completely relocated. So actually a really good example of where something locally significant was valued enough to sort of incur the developers significant cost to relocate this, and actually lots of sort of logistical problems. And unfortunately, the way they were doing it was sort of changed by the week, didn't it? And we sort of had to play catch up with it, but actually a good result. And imagine if this really colourful mural that stands in Stantonbury was lost, you know, that'd be another example of something locally important that would have been lost. So what did we do? So you can see quite a few years ago now, we got 2 documents produced in conjunction with Alan Baxter Associates. The statement of significance kind of is a sort of first go at setting out what's important about Milton Keynes from from sort of the planning side of things, so urban design, planning, architecture, and having a first stab at, if somebody comes in, they want to get rid of something, what are we going to lay out as our basis for Milton Keynes being important? How do you then plug things into that, individual things? And the selection criteria set out the sort of bar that people must meet to get things on the register. And this is actually the selection criteria itself. These are just a category. Here you've got to fulfil these things, which are basically, it's got to be intact, it's got to be from the new town era, and it's got to be within the designated area. Really, it then comes down to these six criteria here, and each asset has to meet at least 3 of those. So we asked for the public to nominate their favourite parts of the new town and the ones that they thought met the criteria. We had lots of wild and wonderful things. We've got the concrete mushrooms here at Bean Hill, right up to major infrastructure and commercial buildings. So we had about 225, I think, nominated by the forum. We had lots of other ones from individuals that overlapped and a couple that were additional. So really, really comprehensive, a really good selection of things. And this is kind of a bit of a visual representation. I had to map all of these, don't look too carefully. So there's a 200 odd sort of polygons, but it gives you an idea of the kind of the scale of some of the estates and developments that were built. There's individual sculptures, individual buildings, and there's a good spread of them across the city. So that kind of brings us up to where we are now. We're currently preparing these sort of information packs. This is an example of one we did on the yellow boxes at Kiln Farm. Very advanced. Well, I think they tried the SBI, which is System Building for Industry, a way that the Development Corporation, a system that they were going to try to roll out. I think that it ceased because it was too expensive in the end. But these kind of very individual and very striking locally. So putting together these information packs, and the purpose of these are that we take them to the selection panel, and the selection panel is a panel of 11 people. local stakeholders, local experts, national experts as well. We've got 3 panel members in the room because I'm on the panel. Tim Skelton from MK4 and Robert Excel from Heritage Association are also on the panel, but we've got people from much further away. And they will be looking at all of these 200 odd, I should say we're doing them in 2 batches. First one is about 160, and then the others after that. And we've got to look at all of those and assess them against the criteria and see which ones we feel meet the criteria and justify going on. And like I said, they could be concrete mushrooms or they can be a train station, so it could be really anything. So I've just put in a couple of photographs, I guess, here to just give you an idea of the sorts of things. These aren't necessarily what we think are the best things or the worst things, but they're just to give you a bit of a sort of cross-section. So we've got, quite high-tech looking commercial buildings. We've got really quite sort of slick industrial buildings. These things really sort of raise the game architecturally and also the way they were laid out and the landscaping around them. Milton Keynes Development Corporation were really operating at a much higher level than what you see elsewhere at the time. And I think that's easy to look at these things now and think, well, it's a sort of profiled steel with a bit of mirror glass and so what. I've seen all that before, but you have to look at what was being done at the same time in comparable places to really understand sort of the quality of these things. We've got, this is or so I'm told, a prototype BP station, which again wasn't rolled out, but actually very distinctive. If you've driven past it, you know where it is. Yeah, very unique design. Netherfield, Mel will come on to talk about the workshops that we did in some of the places, but Netherfield was one of them, very striking. Most people locally will know this. I think Hamner Road, I should have made sure I knew all the names to all of these slides. I think it's Hamner Road in Simpson. Again, just striking sort of residential schemes, very different. Courtyard scheme, this is Latimer, Calverton End. Courtyard scheme, very unusual type of housing. Rendlesham in Woolstone, very sort of rustic brick use to this, has a little bit of a village feel but using modern architectural forms. Old Grove Way, Simpson, again, this is on a sort of slightly sloping site. It's all facing one way. You go around one side and it's got a sort of feel of brutalism about the other side. You've got these light, airy, tall windows, and then you've got this network of, I mean, it probably doesn't meet any urban design standards now, but you've got this sort of network of passages and what have you. And a bit of postmodern, so we've kind of got everything, really. We've got community structures. That's the Peace Pagoda, so that's the first Buddhist Peace Pagoda in the Western Hemisphere, and another sort of Eastern-themed sports pavilion over at Woughton. So we've got public arts. This is by Elizabeth Frink, who actually most of her other artworks are listed at quite high grade. So this is one we'll be putting forward for statutory listing, right down to the community artwork. So Triceratops, I think. So this is one of the community artworks. So you kind of got a bit of everything here. So just to kind of round that up, really, well, I guess another community building in the background. I can't let that go without mentioning the Point Cinema, first multiplex cinema in the UK. So actually, it's worth sort of kind of bringing this back to archives and having to think about how does the Newtown Heritage Register relate to archives and furthering our knowledge of these things. So it is about bringing out the unique story of Milton Keynes and its heritage. Yes, there's plenty of us who are aware of this. There's plenty of people who aren't. There are younger generations coming forwards. You know, how do people understand that they're in a place that's different or special? Particularly if they haven't really seen many other places and understand that they're distinctly different. We've kind of started the ball rolling there with a statement of significance, mapping where these things are, and hopefully the forthcoming Newtown Heritage Register website. A key part of this has always been to get people out and looking at things, getting them to see them firsthand, to even understand that they're there, that, you know, they might be living you might be living somewhere and on your doorstep is half a dozen things on your way to work or your way to school or something, and you may never really know what they are, understand why they look like they do. They may look ordinary to you, but actually they may be very special. So we had the Heritage Explorers project previously, and unfortunately COVID kind of stopped people getting out and about. It was just at the time that government was saying, don't go out, don't see other people. So kind of really stopped that. But actually that's a theme that we really want to pick up. And we're looking at workshops, trails. Shane's already working on some trails, already produced some. Social media, some on-site interpretation as well, actually. So when you're there, maybe there's a small plaque with a QR code and it takes you somewhere, and it may have some interactive stuff in that as well. So just trying to bring things to life. And actually for things that, there might be things that disappear, we might want to think about how do we kind of capture that, something that's gone, how can you be in that place and understand what was there if it's gone, linking in with Heritage Open Days. And then actually we come to kind of sort of all slightly boring bit, but really important planning. So actually when you're talking about the protection of these things, and as I said, local lists don't guarantee outright protection. All of this helps. You tell the story and you understand how different things plug into it. You raise awareness, you get people exploring. They understand the story, understand the value. It does help this bit down here then. But actually the minimum you're hoping is for really good quality, balanced planning decisions that take into account the local significance of things. And that, I think, brings me to the end.
Thank you, Simon. There'll be time for questions in a short while. I'm now delighted to invite Mel again, Melanie Jevons. Oh, yes, 5 minutes. We're just going to have to reset. But I'll introduce Mel anyway, and I'm going to give her biography again, even though I gave it yesterday because she very kindly is speaking again this morning. So Melanie Jevons has been working as a general manager for the Living Archive for many years and is passionate about creative projects which collect and use contemporary archives from many communities across Milton Keynes. Specialist work in oral history interviewing and documentary films has always been a key part of the role of Mel and Living Archive, giving people and communities a voice in telling their story. Everyone has a story to tell, as Mel said yesterday. Mel and Living Archive Milton Keynes have also managed the amazingly successful annual Heritage Open Days programme for Milton Keynes City Council, the Heritage Association and its partners since 2006. And this year we had over 20,000, remembered from yesterday, so a new record. 2006 we had 500 people to 15 events. And I know there are a few cancellations, but there was around 180, 190 events this year, and 20,000 people came and explored the heritage across the city. So, I mean, that is a fantastic programme and effort and puts us well at the top of the charts nationwide. We always get interested national press in terms of what we're doing there. Mel and Living Archive also manage the Discover Milton Keynes exhibition programme, which is upstairs on the first floor of the library. Please do go and have a look if you get time. And the new MK Snap exhibition is there at the moment. And Mel works with a range of communities to bring their stories into the library, into that space, so people can actually see those different communities, whether they're geographic communities, communities of interest, different cultural communities, and of course bringing activities as well. So working with the library and the team here on community and school related activities. So the archive is also 10% digitised, so there is also a lot of material online that Living Archive have, and it is a fantastic resource that we hope will be part of this project as we work through this. So Mel, thank you, and maybe that was almost 5 minutes. Another 5 minutes, okay, so we'll have a little break and while we get the technique sorted, Mel is going to show a couple of resident films in terms of the Newtown Register project, working with Simon on that. So thank you. a quick recap for the online audience. Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, welcome back. A short break, just to get the films loaded and the technicals sorted. We are sort of moving it around a bit today, this morning, so we are flexing the programme just because we've got so much to try and get in, and obviously in terms of what we're trying to do here. So I'm just going to hand you over again to Melanie Jevons, General Manager, Living Archive. Thank you, Mel.
Right, thanks, Shane. So we got involved with Simon and Shane on this project to capture the resident stories, really. So we decided to have a series of road shows where we hired out the local community centre and invited people in with what we had in our archive of the various places. We started on Netherfield, and we had quite a lot of archive material, old photographs, that type of thing. And about 20 years ago, we'd also already done a book about Netherfield, a book in a week, where we'd interviewed residents then. So we had some material to make a start on an exhibition in the local community centre. So that happened that day. People came along, and we wanted to capture some of those residents. Now, some people don't want to talk about their lives, and they're a bit shy, but we managed to get this particular story I'm going to tell you. He was looking at a picture of the meeting place sign, and he said, I designed that when I was a boy. And I said, well, we have to talk to you about this. And he was a little bit, oh, I don't know about that. But he did, and he told us the story, and this is the film that you're about to see. His story about living on Netherfield, moving to Netherfield, growing up on Netherfield, and the influence it had on his life and how it changed his life, really. So over to Willie, let's hope it all works. And then I'll talk about, in between, the Fuller Slade project.
We moved to Netherfield in 1977. We moved from Brixton. It was green. It was quite dusty in there, where they're still kind of building back there. It's a lot different to Brixton because I was allowed out to play there. Do you know what I mean? Whereas here, it was encouraged to go out and play. It was a definite change. And also, I was one of the only people of colour on the estate, but it was predominantly white. And when I was in Brixton, it was a whole different demographic. It was the opposite, but you don't think of that so much when you're a kid. I was loving Netherfield. I went to Langdon School, so I was there from when I was 6 till when I was 12. And then over the estate, we was all kind of one, especially when it comes to sports and stuff like that. Where we lived, we had the pig park at the forest called the Owl and Pussycat, and it's all based on the Owl and Pussycat poem or whatever. We used to play it all the time. The trees had just been planted, so now they're all big now, but we was there when it was planted, it was tiny, so we used to use dirt posts as a goalposts, you know, outside the house. But I noticed a lot of the kids helped to make that, and it was interesting that they had like the honey pots that are still there. They had the owl that was on a tree trunk, it was quite tall. We used to climb to the top of that and jump off. It just told the whole story. The whole park was almost like a wave. It looked like it was on water kind of thing. Yeah, this brings back loads of memories to me because there was a competition at school, basically to come up with a sign for the meeting place. I tried to have like Rastafarian, mixed race. I tried to have all races in the image and loads of little, I think this is supposed to be bingo, darts and dominoes and snakes and ladders, just doing the meeting place. And they said whichever design they chose to use would actually be put up. Literally like a few weeks later, they was putting the signs up and then also in the newspaper and everything. It's funny, the girl had the sign on the back. And I remember this day, she just woke up from chicken pox, and I called chicken pox. They're taking a picture, and you can see my face like this. I mean, I'm actually on my airbrush artist. Years later, I got into breakdancing and that kind of thing, and the graffiti scene come with that. And then I took up airbrushing. Now I go to events, I paint on t-shirts, I can paint on skin. So believe it or not, I've been all over the world doing that. I've worked for big companies, like I worked for MTV, Red Bull. So I've been flying all over the world. I've been in Vegas. It's been an interesting ride, you could say. I mean, at school I was good at art and sport, but I wasn't that good at all the academics. So the art thing, I really kind of like push it. I paint on skin. You know, the MTV Music Awards, so last year was in Hungary. I painted on a few big names, Nelly Furtado, I've done stuff for Snoop Dogg, Wyclef. I've even had stuff in Vogue magazine, believe it or not. It's not bad for a boy from that field.
So that was Seb Easton. And I say, we didn't know who was going to turn up that day. And we interviewed 4 people. That's just an extract from his interview. We spoke to him for about an hour in the end because he had so much to say. And that all those interviews that we did that day will be transcribed and kept in the archive. And I say the full, you know, somebody else might look at that interview and edit it in a different way, take different bits of that story. You know, he talks about Langland School, the school he went to. So, you know, we tend to package up these, we call them digital stories, into small chunks because no one wants to really sit here for an hour and watch it normally. We're too obsessed with short clips that we can watch on our phones and that type of thing. So the next one, we did a similar thing on Fuller's Slade. And again, we went in, we took exhibition materials, and again, we had to persuade a few people to be interviewed, and the lovely Jill here was one of them. And we're going to hear her story in a few seconds. Well, it's a very nice little film when we do get to see it. But I think what we've done with the raw interviews as well is to integrate archive images that we've got, or people have brought along with them to these, we call them, you know, road shows, down memory lane events. So their own photos that contribute to the archive as well. And I know that Fuller's Slade is going to be 50 next year. So we'll hopefully be working with Fuller's Slade to, I don't know, do some exhibitions, do some more oral history sort of stuff, films, that type of thing. Anyway, here we go. Here's Jill's story.
I moved to Fuller's Slade in 2014. It was lovely actually. I was out in my front garden. Somebody from the Residents Association, perhaps on the second day I was there, said, welcome to Fuller's Slade. You know, have you thought about joining the Residents Association? And I thought, well, actually, yeah, why not? I'm the chair of it this year, and I remember one of the first ones I was involved in was the Queen's, it must have been the Queen's, would it have been the 50th? But I do remember one of the residents dressing up as the Queen and walking around the park for a day. We have been doing summer events every year since, actually. But that is where you get a really good sense of the Fuller's Slade vibe, because people do like coming out and chatting to each other, and you know, it's all about the kids and them enjoying themselves. Yeah, we have fun. I think a lot of people have hardship in their day-to-day, and I think having the neighbours around gives them a feeling of security. The vast majority just want a nice quiet life, get on with their neighbours and have some fun, and that's what we do. I just find that you can walk through Fuller's Slade and say good morning to people, and they will say good morning back in a very polite way. You just have to smile at people. Have a bit of eye contact, don't look at your phone, just go around and you can have a chat with anybody on Fuller's Slade. Last week we had a gardening tip and we were struggling for numbers. So I went over to the teenagers on the park, and at first they went, whoa. And I thought they'd said no. I turned back, looked over my shoulder, and there was a lovely motley crew of teenagers coming across the park to have a go at this flower arranging stuff. And they really got stuck into it. I have memories of Fuller's Slade going back much further. If you think about Stony Stratford when I was growing up, I didn't want to go into any of the pubs that my dad and my mum went in, and Fuller's Slade offered an escape. The landlord was quite okay with not only young people going in, but also we had a motorbike at the time, so we'd turn up with our helmets as well and they'd let us in, which was quite unusual for landlords at that time. So I remember the Slade, and I remember it had a good vibe. There was definitely live music, which we went to a lot. What we liked was that it was always packed downstairs, but you could go upstairs and you could still get a seat up there. And all my mates used to meet up there. Yeah, good times.
Well done, Jill. It's not easy seeing yourself, is it? So that's it really. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
I'll scuttle back over here.
We're moving it around a bit. Unfortunately, Linda Malherbe from Hetver Harlan House can't be with us today. So Dr. Simona Rotz from INTI has agreed to just come and give a short intro in terms of the House of Stories project in Rotterdam. And then we'll take some questions for the three people who have spoken so far before we then go to the break. So that's the running order that we're doing. So again, we're just waiting for some technical. But Simona.
It's a pity that Linda's not here, but I'm happy to see you all back again also after yesterday. So I'm going to, she sent me a PowerPoint. Oh, sorry, of course. She sent me a PowerPoint and I will just go through it so you get a kind of idea of what the story, House of Stories or Story House. They don't have a real translation yet. What's the best thing to do? Okay, so I'll go through some slides with you just to give you an impression of the story house, and hopefully we can also see a short part of a movie. Then that shows also a bit better. So this is the Verhalenhuis Belvedere. It's located on the southern part of Rotterdam, which is designated. So it's a big part of Rotterdam. You have Rotterdam North and Rotterdam South. And this is an area which was nationally assigned as a part of the city which needs extra care. So this story house is within this area of Katendrecht, which is a neighborhood. Historically, already many migrants were living there from, for example, China, who came to the harbor to work there, and to also other, all kinds of different migrants. This, let me go to the second slide. So what the aim is, I think it's connected to the living archive, but the difference is maybe, I don't know if you have a location in a neighborhood, but they really have a house in a neighborhood. So people come to that house and they integrate with each other, different kind of groups. And so what's written here, that the personal stories of individuals and community may make visible, and they also create meetings and encounters with each other, so everybody can tell their story and can tell what they have to tell about their own history or about their own culture or about whatever connects them to this place or to their own culture. So there are many ways to tell stories. And they design also contemporary art of storytelling. So they also, like what you also do, like connecting it to Facebook or to Instagram, and also make different kind of tours. And their aim is to connect people with each other and with the city, and thus contribute to a more committed and engaged city. So that's something that you always want, I think. So that's really a good and interesting way to start. So it started with this project, which was how do you say? It was a social photography project. So they made different groups, they make portraits of them. And then, so Linda and Joop Rijngoud, who is a photographer, together they did this project. So they encountered different groups of people. You will see some of them also later in this PowerPoint. And because of that, the Rotterdam also asked them to do more. So the municipality said, okay, let's do more. So they were very enthusiastic about this project and said, oh, in this way you can encounter groups that we can't encounter. So help us with that. So they have different methods to use it. So the social photography, they have a mobile story booth. First, we thought that the Wiki Pavilion could be also something that could be more mobile than it is now, so because then it's like a mobile thing, and you will see it later on. So they go to different neighborhoods. They say to people, "Come to us and tell your story, and we talk with you about it." there is a kitchen, so food, music, that's always what people connect. So within this kitchen, different groups of people cook for each other and share their stories during eating this lovely food most of the time. Oh, let me just... so also photos, we saw them also now, like they did the historical photographs, but also the photographs of them in their other culture. They all connect, and they all are presented in different kind of smaller or bigger exhibitions. Celebrations, so there are different kind of festivities that they celebrate. It's also a boarding house. It's also a place where refugees can come and tell their story. They do neighborhood walking tours, and there is an education by storytelling. So let me go through this. So this was the social photography, all the different kind of groups that connects people. Just some examples. This is the mobile story booth. So it's very small, but within it, people can tell their story, and they also it's digitalized, of course, and they can so you can hear it afterwards also, like this. And then the kitchen. You can imagine that food is something that you can share and that you can also learn from. It's a very nice place to be, also to go and to have all this. Then the family photos from Rotterdam, connecting again in exhibitions through the Verhalenhuis. The boarding house. This was an artist from Syria who stayed there and also was a kind of artist in residence. So, neighborhood tours and the storytelling, which is connecting everybody. So I think this is it. It's just a small. It's a big example. I think it's a very nice example from Rotterdam in which way. And I think you all can connect to it, and also can, when we hear about the Living Archive, then you can imagine that this kind of work that you do also is centered in one building, which is in the neighborhoods and which is really connecting to people.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So what is maybe also interesting to mention is that at Verhalenhuis was also part of the Grounded Urban Practices research project that I presented yesterday. And what is really interesting is also the model through which they kind of bought this building. So they did this round, they issued certain bonds, so the community could like buy shares into the project, or people outside the community as well.
Yeah.
And so they managed to get hold of this building on the long term. So also when you think about like the long-term security of such a project, that has been really important, because they managed to buy it, I think, a few years ago or something.
Yeah. First it was like you could stay there, but now they have it in there.
Yeah, exactly, for a pretty low price. And now, like, the real estate prices of particularly this area have been like exploding, and only through this way they really can manage to secure this on the long term. So I think that's really special.
Yeah.
Also the fact that it was done without governmental funding buying this building. So there's, I think, a few interesting things in addition to all the wonderful projects they do.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. It's a private initiative also. They're all self-employed, and in this way they can everybody can own a share of the building in some way.
What is maybe also another interesting lesson to be learned, I'm not sure about the latest situation, but I think the municipality of Rotterdam is also working on this migration museum.
Yeah.
That is going to be next
to it.
But it's like it's totally top down.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not connecting to them in any way, which is like completely ridiculous.
I don't know if that's still the case, but indeed that's true. Yeah, it's really next to it. It's like here where I'm standing. Yeah. Yes. Okay. We could do the movie, but I don't know if that's necessary. It's maybe gives a kind.
We just need a minute while Willie changes over.
Yeah.
But I mean, I recognise some of those components in little things that have happened across Milton Keynes. So when I first came, I was in a much larger community economy and culture team, and we did have community houses. I certainly remember the one in Duncombe Street in Bletchley. the one at Kingsmead for a new area as well, which we were working with. And again, it was these places of focus actually within the community themselves.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a neutral venue or locality where people from wherever could come and meet and talk. And I recognise that food and food sharing. It's something that Living Archive always do when they hold their events. Living Archive Catering Enterprises comes into the fore. And we've seen with Anwar's events as well, that coming together and sharing of food promotes discussion and talking and collaboration as well. So
what I also forgot to mention, because we are talking about archives also, is that also they deliver all their sources, all their stories to the city archive, so it can be accessible. It's accessible through the city archive, so on a connecting place, accessible place. So that's also something that's...
yeah, cool.
Does it work?
I think we're having real problems with the internet, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Probably
okay.
because I'm taking it all.
Oh, okay. Okay, now then if it takes too much time, then we leave it. It's just to show you, it was a food... Some ads first, probably. Skip ads, yeah.
Okay.
Very optimist.
You reckon?
It's small, so...
Oh, I think what we'll do, leave it. If we go to a break, and I'll try and get
Maybe... Oh, here it is.
It's going to be rather pixelated.
You want to do some questions or not?
yeah, okay. Yes, if I can.
It's there.
Oh, I think it's just 2 minutes.
No, the quality is not that. So it's...
Speciaal gekomen voor het Chinees eten. Want het is heel bijzonder eten uit een specifiek deel van China. En ik was daar heel benieuwd naar. Plus natuurlijk om ceremonie of een festival hier mee te maken.
Today, it's not only just about food, it's about the story behind the food. I want to tell people more about the culture and also the food, why I cook today. Yeah, like the chicken soup, because it's the dish from my dad. Actually in my family, my dad doesn't cook, but he can only cook the chicken soup, but it's really good. So that's why today I want to cook this chicken soup to show people the story about this soup. And then my dad asked me, today is food festival, what are you doing? I said, sorry dad, I'm busy, I'm cooking your soup now.
Nederlanders kennen vooral het Chinese nieuwjaarfeest als het Chinese feest.
It's okay.
Het feest is eigenlijk in de Chinese cultuur na het Chinese nieuwjaar het grootste festival. En we gaan verder naar de tweede gang, tweede ronde.
So what she was saying, it's about the Moon Festival, and I didn't know that it was a festival, a Chinese festival. But the other woman was saying that everybody knows the Chinese New Year festival, but this is something else. So eating and have festivities. So this is some kind of impression.
Thank you, Serena. If I can ask Mel, Simon, and Simona just to have a quick seat. We'll have the ability for the audience to ask a few questions in terms of what they've heard today. So has anyone got any questions in terms of what they might like to ask our presenters of this morning? Alan?
Yeah, question to the Heritage Register has been taking an awful long time to get the Heritage Register. is that a lack of resources? You know, why is that? And when can we actually expect it to be completed?
Okay, yeah, you're right, it has taken a long time. Thank you, Shane. Probably a mixture of factors, and being diplomatic, that might be one to discuss somewhere else. But I think in terms of now getting on with it, is a council it's in the delivery plan for the council priorities. So actually, it's really good. I think because for the first time, then it's being prioritised, and it's something we can actually kind of put one work stream to the side and say, actually, we're going to focus on the register. And so at the moment, we're focusing on sort of getting the selection panel engaged. Those people are on the selection panel, getting them engaged. We've got a tour next week around some of the nominated sites, just so that they can kind of get a flavour, if they haven't already, of the types of things. Kind of rehearse some of the arguments that might come out when deciding whether something goes on the register or not. We've got the panel meetings penciled in for December. We have got a bit of public engagement to do before that. So I think worst case scenario is December, January for the panel meetings. But we're looking to get the first phase on the register agreed, and with a formal council decision this financial year at the latest, really. So before the end of March, basically. And then we'll follow up as quickly as we can with the rest of them. But I think for the first time in quite a while, yeah, we've got a good timescale, one that is a firm timescale, and we feel confident about. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Jill.
I would like to ask Melanie if she ever does any filming in local pubs, because it strikes me there's a lot of characters in local pubs.
We have actually a long time ago, and it's something that we thought of redoing, because there was this project that happened in Brighton, and I know there's a lot more proximity to the pubs, but it was all about pub stories, all those sort of things. And we thought doing it at the Swan at Woughton. I don't know, people that might be aware of that pub, it's got some like myths and legends that Dick Turpin rode past and all these sort of stories. But yeah, we have thought about doing that. I mean, our biggest problem is getting funding for all the projects. When I first started at Living Archive, we could just sort of think of an idea like that and probably thought, oh, we can go to that funder, they'll fund that. That window's got shorter and shorter and shorter, and now we don't want to be dictated to by funders that say we want to fund that particular activity. We would much rather have our own ideas, like ideas of the pub. And I mean, your story in particular, when you started talking about the Slade, I could see your eyes lighting up. That was your youth, wasn't it? You know, and that's when you get the best out of people. You know, when you gather people around a table and put some photographs down, there'll be someone who'll pick one up and say, "Oh, I remember that," and then it sparks that conversation. It sparks that memory, and you know that's what Living Archive is about. Really, is about getting those memories and stories. So yeah, we would love to go into pubs and any community settings, really, because I think when you go to the people, you get more out of it, really. You know, some of these events, that's why we go into Fuller Slade. We went into Netherfield rather than saying, I don't know, come to Living Archive, you know, and do it there, because that's where people will naturally gather in their own communities. So yeah, that's a great idea. We'd love to do it. We just don't know who. Maybe I'll get in touch with the breweries and see if they'll fund it.
Thank you, Mel. I'm going to ask a final question, and then we'll go to a break. I'd like to ask Simon, how does he think an archive here would support the Newtown Register project? And again, the same to Mel in terms of how an archive here might support what Living Archive do within the community and those residents' programmes and stories. So, Simon, first of all.
Well, I think that the Newtown Heritage Register is a project that's sort of kind of rooted in planning and planning provision, because you're talking about the built environment and the sort of physically what is there, but actually it's the sort of people element of it that you want to bring it to life. It's the people element of it. The places and buildings and artworks, they only mean anything because of people and the history of the place and the development of Milton Keynes, and it being so different and initially just populated by a very different type of people, very sort of migratory. groups of people, and that's continued. So I think the archives bit is about bringing it to life and getting people engaged, and events, and getting them, they're able to interrogate the past, to be made aware of it, to enjoy it, to learn about it and pass that information on. So I think it's about bringing it to life. That's my point of view.
Thank you. Well.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Simon on that. I think it's got to be, to my view, sort of activity-led, so that there are lots of events and exhibitions and things that will happen to make an exciting place to come to, not just you know, most people who say, oh, do you want to go and visit an archive, they'll think, oh, I don't know, load of old boxes, dusty boxes, you know, it's not interesting. And I think for Living Archive, our archive is a byproduct of all the projects that we did in those early days. And that's what I would like to see, is that it's the archive for the people of Milton Keynes, so that your story is here. So you want to come, and, you know, Jill can bring her family here, friends here, and see her story, or, you know, Mike can bring his family along and see his stories. So, you know, I would like to see this as a really buzzing place with loads of activity that, you know, really inspires people to come. And, you know, you know, with the cooking thing, you know, that's a big thing that a lot of projects we've done at Living Archive, particularly with different communities, where we've all asked them to bring a dish, and they've been the most popular. We did a cookbook once for My Heritage project, where I think the Chinese lady won it because everyone loved her food, but we had food from all different communities represented, everyone shared, and that brought out all the stories of, oh, I remember my mum used to do this cooking, but then, oh, she used to live here, she did this. And I think that's the sort of thing we want to encourage, not just a records office or dusty archive, really.
They're not always dusty.
Ours is.
They should be clean.
Yeah.
Well, I just stick up for your archivist specialism. So, very finally, Simona, obviously we might touch on this later in terms of the workshop, but the House of Stories which you presented, we talked yesterday in terms of archives as part of a wider cultural infrastructure, and it was very clear there that this wasn't just about archives and stories, it was a meeting place for people to come together and, you know, just to chat and have food and talk. So the social element as well. Do you think that's important? We might try and capture something like that here in the archive?
Yeah, I think this could be. Of course, you have all the documents that should be in the archive, but next to that, like what you said, an activity-led kind of archive is maybe a good description, because when you want to have an archive that's a city archive and that's a community archive and that's an archive for everybody, then you can bring this meeting place over here in this building maybe and try to do that in that way, and start with a House of Stories and collect the stories. So collect them from the residents, but also from the planners and from everybody who has made Milton Keynes as it is today. So also not only making it for all the residents, but also for the professionals who want to do the research over here and want to do. And I think this building, yeah, you could use it as an instrument to do that and to locate it, but then use the spaces in a nice way and maybe, like I said yesterday, try to program it already, maybe next year or a couple of months or whatever, whenever. But we will talk about it later in the afternoon about how we could maybe give some suggestions on that.
Thank you. Well, my thanks to the panel, the speakers, for speaking this morning. We're just going to have a quick 10-15 minute break, and then we're going to reconvene for the second part of the morning. So thank you. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. So for the last part of the morning, I'm really pleased. We're doing the typical Milton Keynes thing, and we're going off programme. We appreciate that the weather is quite bad today at the moment. We still plan to do the tour, but obviously we might not want to stay out too long if the weather is particularly bad. So Tim has kindly offered to do his Homeworld presentation for you, so you can see the actual Homeworld 81 and the archives which Tim has used to create his presentation. I'll let Tim introduce himself, but really appreciate this, Tim, for stepping in. And yes, the usual fee, I think, is what's discussed here. So thank you.
What happened was I gave a talk in Middleton Hall on Monday to a small but perfectly formed audience, and knowing that it was potentially going to be raining today, I sent an email to Shane last night saying, do you want me to bring my presentation with you, just in case? I didn't get a reply. Out of office, he said. So I presume all you, he was with all you people from the Netherlands up on the top floor of Hotel Latour. So I brought it anyway, just in case, this morning, and here it is. So my background, I'm a retired chartered surveyor, so for the Dutch people dealing with commercial property. I came here in 1979, spent 10 years working for the Development Corporation in the initially in the private housing unit, which dealt with private housing, and then moved on to do commercial stuff. One of the first things I got involved with when I came here was the Homeworld exhibition. And for May 1981, I think for most days in May, I was on the exhibition site in the corporation tent, just probably for an hour or so, but each day I kind of popped up, which is how I know it rained every day but 2 in May. And so I went to the exhibition. I was involved in that, just basically liaising with the exhibitors, but also I sold all the vacant land after the exhibition. There's some various unbuilt plots, so I sold those. And then I went on, I worked on Energy World, which was our exhibition 5 years later in Shenley Lodge. And our third exhibition, Future World, I had absolutely nothing to do with, apart from take some photographs and go up and see it. So that's the background. And it's been quite interesting because I've been working a lot through archives, because what I wanted to do with the prompting of Diane Sutton, who's hopefully going to provide tea and cakes for us later, and Homeworld's most passionate advocate, we decided, Diane's suggestion was to write a book about the exhibition. And I thought, because I've been researching Milton Keynes generally, that if we write a book about the exhibition, it's not just about the houses that you see now, but it's actually trying to tell the story of the exhibition and delve deeply, doing your delving that you do, Catherine, on your podcast, but kind of go behind everything. And this is why kind of archives are important, because working for the Development Corporation, I know how it worked. And for the Dutch people, the Development Corporation was the government agency charged with building the new town. It had its own planning powers. It could buy, sell and develop land. And it decided to have an exhibition. And the way the corporation ran itself was the board at the top was appointed by the government. They met monthly and set policy. And below that, there was the general manager of the Development Corporation, his chief officers. They were responsible for implementing the policy, the day-to-day running of the Development Corporation. That was run through a weekly meeting called the Executive Management Committee. And that governed the way the corporation run. All the organisations I've worked for since, nowhere was as beautifully run as the Development Corporation. What happened was, because you had this weekly committee, everything went to it in paper form. So there were committee papers, and it was all minuted. So there was this documentary thread, and everybody knew where they were, because you could go back to the minutes or you go back to papers and see. Now, 40 years later, you can go back, see papers I've written, my signature. I've been holding things in my hand that I last held back in 1980. And it's not a copy, it's the original. And you can also see, as well, the fascination of looking through archives. In some cases, the agenda that went out, it was all signed by the Secretary to the Board. There was one event, one week, when he wasn't there, obviously. Well, not obviously, he wasn't there. So they cut his signature out of a previous paper and stuck it on. And you can see that these are board meetings, and you can see going through the board papers, you can see where it was cut out. And this lovely thing that you wouldn't get looking online. But so you can go back and look through the archives and you can learn the story, because it is all there. The corporation is laid bare how it operated for 25 years on a week-by-week basis. So you can plot Homeworld through. And just to give it an idea of scale, there are probably about 1,500 EMC papers every year. But they are all indexed each year, indexed. But you really need, it's difficult to work your way around if you don't know it, but about all the minutes and things. But they're all there. A lot of the papers are dry, but sometimes there's the occasional one that's a bit amusing. But so you can pick up the story of Homeworld. And what happened was, in 1979, the corporation, we'd had the Conservative government come in. So we knew that the funding stream for Milton Keynes was going to be slowly but inexorably shrunk. And we knew, for example, eventually we wouldn't be able to build any more rental houses, which was a major plank of the Development Corporation's house building programme. It's completely through the 70s. And so we knew the private sector would have to take up more of the housing burden. But we also wanted to promote Milton Keynes, because 1979 the shopping building opened. So I think that was pivotal, because it meant for the first time people had a reason to come to Milton Keynes and see there were a bit more than probably a few funny houses and concrete cows, which didn't get mentioned this morning. I'm surprised about that. And roundabouts. So, with the opening of the shopping building, people had a reason to come to Milton Keynes. And in the early days, there was one reported, the bus came from Carlisle, I think the Carlisle Women's Institute. And to get from Carlisle to Milton Keynes, you have to more or less come past Manchester. And Manchester Arndale was actually bigger than the shopping building, because I used to work for the company, the Prue, that built it, or financed it. So, Milton Keynes was a draw. And we wanted to encourage more housing in Milton Keynes, more private housing, and encourage people to come to Milton Keynes and see there was more here. So we decided to hold a international housing exhibition. And you will learn from the archive, the board paper that considered this in December 1979 called it Homeworld 80. And the original idea that came up in 1979 was going to have an international housing exhibition 9 months later. And the board minute in January says it's been decided to put it back to 1981, not surprisingly. But you pick that up, you wouldn't know if you just saw that brochure. That's why you need to go through the archives. So the idea, it kind of stemmed from Letchworth Garden City, and there was a cheap cottages exhibition in 1905, I think from memory, to promote Letchworth. And there was a subsequent exhibition in Letchworth, and there were various other little exhibitions, but the Letchworth one is the one that people know, and that is the inspiration for having an exhibition in Milton Keynes, because people said, we've done this one, one was done at Letchworth, let's do one in Milton Keynes. Interesting thing on archive, there's two alternative strands as to who came up with the idea. One is there's an American consultant that the corporation had working for them. The other is it is a well-known local planner who worked here, and they both said, unfortunately the American consultant is no longer with us. conversations in corridors and what have you, don't know. But the idea was that based on Letchworth, we would have a housing exhibition in Milton Keynes called Homeworld 81. And this was the brochure that was put out to the worldwide market. Pre-internet, it all had to go out by post, and it went out to over 200 international and national developers, and looking for basically homes for the future. That was the idea. So where is it going to be? The board paper very authoritatively said the best place, indeed the only place for an exhibition in Milton Keynes of this nature is Oldbrook. A month later, it appears in Bradwell Common. So, yeah, it's brilliant. Now, Oldbrook, it might be Oldbrook, diverging slightly, but that's the way I talk, and I've got a lot of space to fill. Oldbrook was originally talked of as the home for the 1986 Commonwealth Games. We were putting in a bid for the 1986 Commonwealth Games, and the idea is that the athletes' village would be in Oldbrook, so it might be that that's kind of the link. We decided not to put in a bid, and it eventually went to Edinburgh, and it poured down all the time, I think, if you look at the film. It was McColgan winning, I think, it was in pouring rain. So it was decided, anyway, it was going to be in Bradwell Common, and I think we've got a pointer here. If you know your Bradwell Common, this is Bradwell Common Boulevard, and this is Burnham Drive, I think, the road out, and this is Homeworld here. Got Summerfield School there, best school in the best designed school in Milton Keynes, in my view. So Homeworld is that area there. And one of the reasons it was chosen was that it was close to the city centre, but also it was next door, as it was next door to the school, which hadn't been built, is under design. The playing fields could be used for the car parking. And what happened is access for the public came in off H4 and up a road here, a temporary road, into the car park. So that was the idea for Homeworld. We put out a call to the world at large, and we wanted really 50 developers. We only ended up with 19 in the end, which was, and again, reading through the committee papers, there's a kind of concern that we weren't getting the interest that we wanted, and financing. The board had given approval to the exhibition on the basis that it wasn't to cost any money. It had to be self-funding, basically. And the problem is, if you think about it, there is nothing to base your finances on. They wanted a month-long exhibition of Housing's the Future. They had no idea how many people were going to come. It was not as if Letchworth was much help going back in the records. So it was a complete leap of faith. And the problem was as well, they had to build the infrastructure, so they know what the cost was going to be. They had no idea of the income. The only sort of comparative exhibition was the annual Daily Mail Ideal Home exhibition held at Olympia or Earl's Court in London, depending on the year. But that was different. It was inside. It was all about housing products, and there were some show houses built, including one by Thamesmead, people saw yesterday, which I went to before, because I worked in London before I came to MK. So that's my only exposure to Thamesmead. So the site was chosen, but there was a disappointing response from developers, but there was kind of never any, when you look through the papers, never any real concern that it wouldn't go ahead. You know, they said, well, okay, if it's 19 developers, it's 19, not 50, so be it. And what happened was, you see, the original gate money, it was going to be 50p a head, and it went up slowly to £2 a head to make it all work. So this is quite an interesting diagram, or map rather, of the site. And this is the main road. You'll see as we walk round that there are 2 courtyards off it, and that's Diane's bungalow we're going to this afternoon, hopefully weather permitting. So this was the exhibition site that was chosen. And the architect, a chap called John Muncaster, had to work out how to accommodate everything on the site, not knowing at all what he was going to get, because we'd said, come to us with whatever you like. Big houses, small houses, terraces, whatever. So what he decided to do, and because this fits in kind of with Bradwell Common was planned on a grid, like city centre, the grid idea. So he decided to split it all up into squares of 4 metres. There's a 4 metre grid. On the basis that then you could just chop off a bit of frontage depending on how much space you wanted. That 4 metres comes from the houses in Fishermead, which were 3.9 metres wide. And he'd worked on the city centre. He thought, well, about 4 metres, 3.9 metres for a terraced house in Fishermead. Coniborough works, 3.9 rounded up to 4. And that's, he put it all on a grid. And it's only by finding that plan, which Diane found through a neighbour who had it, and speaking to John, who's still with us, bless him, you realise, you learn, how the site was planned, because it is not apparent when you look on the site. So that's that. Then just photographs of the thing under construction. I mean, these are wonderful time capsules in themselves. This was this would be spring 1981. So for those of you know, that's the pyramid. That is Diane's bungalow we're going to this afternoon. That's the house across the way, the timber frame old English country medieval pastiche look-alike. So that is 1981, so January. Notice the site is not fenced. The individual sites are not fenced. There's no safety hoarding. You could just wander in at will. And I remember going through some of these housing sites. Must be no end of pilfering going on. But there were actually, as I recall, kind of thinking this through, there were security guards out at night. So, this is a complete change of, safety, change of legislation, how these things change, custom and practice. So this was the opening. It was opened by John Stanley, who was the Minister for, I think, Housing and Local Government. He was our boss, basically, in Whitehall. He was not a great fan of Milton Keynes, and there was a story, I think, in Mel's book on CMK, about him turning up to a meeting and Wavendon Tower, and it was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, and he just sat in the car outside, making himself feel important, and arrived getting in about 10 minutes later or whatever, and rather upset Jock Campbell, the man on the left, our chairman. So he was known to be a prickly person, and they rehearsed the route he was going to take. So he was going to go to the corporation's office at Wavendon Tower, and which is, as you don't know, on the edge of the city, down towards the stables. And they worked out the route he would take when they drove him up to Homeworld to open it. And on that route, in Bradwell Common, there were some houses under construction that had some brightly coloured stained timber work at the boarding at the second floor level. Just at the window, depths of the window, nothing particularly serious. And my memory is it was bright red and bright green. And my own memory is that painting scheme got changed for him, because they thought, we don't want to do anything that will raise his ire. So these painting colours were downgraded to a mid-blue. So that was my story. And because I've been researching Milton Keynes, I went to, I was having a meeting with the architect of these houses, the firm called Cullinan's, well-known firm. And the chap I was speaking to was a chap called Robin Nicholson, who became one of their senior partners and was the lead architect on the McIntyre at Great Home. He designed that. And I was chatting to him about that. I said, yeah, I remember that. He said, I was in the office. It was my first week working for Cullinan's. It was 5:30 in the evening. Everybody had gone home. And I got this phone call from our client, Milton Keynes Development Corporation, saying, we want you to change the colours on this scheme, please. Scheme he knew nothing about. He was just the first week in the office, phone call, this really important client. And he said, well, I don't really know anything about it. What if I refuse? And they said, well, we'll change it anyway. And again, that just came because I was chatting to him. It was a lovely little memory, and it kind of matched my memory. And then my search was on, not completely finished yet, to try and find a photo with these original colours on. And I've got one with them just in the background, I think. So anyway, that's John Stanley. The chap on the right here, a rather worried-looking David Crew, was the corporation's information director, so head of publicity and everything. He was the project manager for Homeworld. At the back, that is Horace Cutler, who's the GLC, the leader, who's one of the board members of the corporation. And slightly a sort of typical Frank pose in a way. That's Frank Henshaw, who was the general manager of the Development Corporation from 1980 to 1992. Not really known about Fred Roach, his predecessor, more well known, but Frank, a very important person, a very steady hand on the tiller. So that was the exhibition, and that's how it was reported in the Times the next day. Building show open to Holmes protest. And what had happened was, unfortunately we didn't pick this up in the film we did with Living Archive, but there was a little demonstration from at the opening from people who were concerned about leaking roofs on some of the early corporation houses. Just seeing you, Alan, you weren't there, were you? You weren't involved in this. No, your street. So we're concerned about the leaking roofs on corporation-built houses, and also the fact that the government money to Milton Keynes was going to be cut off, and what that would mean for the growth of Milton Keynes. So that was that. Anyway, next day, opened to the public, and it ran for May. Basically, the period of May, closed for 2 days in the middle to allow for it all to be tidied up and cleaned up and things like that. The price there gone up, as I say, from 50p to £2. And they didn't know how many people they would get. They actually got, the budgeting was based on 200,000 people, and they got 150,000. And I haven't yet tracked down this little, trying to track through all the costs. But I think the balance, the 50,000 shortfall, came out of just the general marketing. 10 hours. Okay. Yeah, I think the money came from like the general marketing budget, because the corporation had a marketing budget at times over £1 million a year. So they were able to move money about. Creative accountancy. They were very adept at it. So this was the poster for the exhibition. The chap who designed did these drawings. You see a lot of them, a chap called Peter Hutton, who was a graphic artist used by the Development Corporation. And I tracked him down, had a chat with him. And I said, how did you come to the attention of the corporation? Because he was used very widely. And he said, well, somebody saw some drawings I did of a motorbike. And they rang him up. And what I realised was, again, completely by chance, he also did catalogues for Minic motorways. If anybody, I've got one nod of, and Trying train sets. So these are small electric cars. And I still was clearing out my mum's house after she died and found my old catalogues. And there was this drawing, and it had this Peter Hutton on it. I rang him up and said, is this you? And he said, yep. So, lovely little tale. And this is the exhibition. And it is, it was an exhibition. Now we look at it, it's just houses and estate, but lots of people would come here, and 150,000. And this is just some pictures of the exhibition itself. The two houses here, this one, these both come from New Zealand. This was a timber frame timber planks slotted on top of one another. There was a New Zealand system that the people, Greenwood's people building the pyramid, who were a major builder, were trying to, thought they'd try and import the package into the UK. This, if you look at the Homeworld film online, as you must do, there's a New Zealand architect called Roger Walker who he was over here, went into the New Zealand embassy. They said, we've got, there's an exhibition in Milton Keynes on housing. You might be interested in it. You might want to build something for it. So he did. Came over here. It was a rush to get it all finished. And on the video, he talks about coming over here, building it, and in the depths of winter, and it was cold, and they went into a local curry house, and he said, we need a curry to warm us up. You know, he's a brash New Zealander. What have you got? Throw it at me. He said, well, the hottest is a bindaloo, as he called it. And he said, well, we had a bindaloo, and he basically blew his head off. So it's quite funny. But so Diane's house, again, just to orientate you, is there, bungalow. This is not a brilliant photo, I'm afraid, but there's a trade village as part of it, filling up the extra spaces and bringing in revenue. That's the exhibition tent the corporation had, and there was another tent for refreshments and stuff. What about the houses themselves? This is the one that probably didn't necessarily have the biggest profile, but the Sunday Times ran a competition for a house for the 80s, and it was sponsored by a company called Wellmar, house builders, now part of Westbury Homes. And Wellmar said they would build the winning house. And in the end, they couldn't choose a winner, they chose 4, and Wellmar said they would build all 4. One was going to be on an estate on 2 Mile Ash, and the newspaper says here that that's the one that's going to be built on the Wellmar estate at 2 Mile Ash. That one I think was going to be built in, can't remember which site, but that's that one. And there was a change, and they decided not to build it at 2 Mile Ash, but to build it in Homeworld, but also not to build the one at the bottom, but to build the bungalow there. And that's a timber frame, all-enclosing timber frame, and you can just build in underneath, build walls as much as you like to enclose as much space. Other examples of houses, you've got the pyramid there. This one was the Money Programme house, featured on the Money Programme, which was a very popular Sunday evening show on BBC Two, presented by Valerie Singleton, which makes men of a certain age go weak at the knees. And I found out only recently that another builder was going to build this house. We again found out through a paper. And the interesting thing was that this is another EMC paper that came out of the Aylesbury, and I was doing a final trawl, and this was sort of a paper in 1982 after the exhibition, but about the exhibition, which refers to the house and the problems of selling it. And there's some more of the houses here. You get a mixture of mainline housing developers, which these were. This was done by Barratt. Bless them. Give them a little plug, because we're doing a book about Homeworld, which I'll give you a flyer later on. I wrote to Barratt and said, we're featuring you. Would you like to give us a bit of money? Because I asked the bloke some questions, the PR person, and he came back, couldn't quite give us some answers, and I said, would you like to give us a bit of money, please? And I said, yeah. And because I said I thought, £500? And he came back immediately and said yes. Should have asked for more. These are kind of the kit houses. So you've got that's the New Zealand timber plank one, a Swedish house. That's Diane's house, and the medieval cottage, as it were. And then these are just some one-offs. Roger Walker's, the A-frame. This was a chap, these were very highly regarded, a timber frame company, just an entrepreneur architect doing his own proposal, and it didn't really get beyond that, unfortunately. This was an extendable house, which actually has been extended twice. since the exhibition. And just to conclude on that, my recollection is that I was told that there's a connection between that and the Falkland Islands, this house at the bottom. And through a bit of delving, I found a letter at the City Discovery Centre that my boss had written to somebody after the exhibition when they were saying what actually happened as a result of it. And Giles, my boss, said, oh, I think something was built on the Falkland Islands. A bit of delving, the archives of the Oxford Mail came up with an architect when you do an online search. And basically the architect of that building was from a group of 3 of them from Oxford. And they picked up an article at the end of the Falklands, the rebuilding that was going on, saying that I think they're having problems in building, and they're going to use an American timber frame system-built housing. So these people from Oxford wrote to them and said, "Don't go there. You should be building." Yes, you. You should be building using British architects, British builders, and the upshot is they did a timber frame house that is now the primary school in Goose Green. And that is just a brilliant connection. But that comes from me knowing it, but the letter in the archives. So this importance of using the archives to write seriously about this stuff. This then led to the corporation doing the confidence to do Energy World, which was an important exhibition at Shenley Lodge, and then Future World. That okay? Thank you. Oh, sorry, just complete. There's a book coming out. Yeah. So we'll give you a flyer later on as you go around. So that's what Diane and I are writing at the moment. So.
Tim, thank you so much for doing that at such short notice and giving everyone a flavour of what they will be able to see on the tour. We're flexing the programme a little bit. As you said, we took questions earlier. So what we'd like to do now is I'm going to ask Michelle and Simona to come and talk about what we will be doing this afternoon as part of the studio tour, because obviously they've been taking some notes, sorry, the studio workshop, because they've been taking some notes during the course of the day and a half that we've had and coming to some conclusions. So obviously giving us an idea of the focus programme, that focus workshop that we would like to do this afternoon. And then hopefully by that point lunch will have arrived and we can have a nice lunch before we then go off on the walk to Homeworld. So Michelle, Simona, thank you.
Thanks, Tim, for this introduction to Homeworld. I think the whole model of having this housing exhibition is also interesting in the light of the future plans and plans of Milton Keynes, with all the extensions that are being planned, and such an exhibition of housing possibilities would be an excellent instrument to sort of raise the bar, which well, we can talk about, but I assume this was also the goal of the Development Corporation in having this exhibition, to create a sort of a palette of possibilities, but also raise the bar in energy efficiency of using solar panels and things like that. So I'm also curious to talk to you about the influence of this exhibition and of these housing prototypes. But for now, we thought it would be a good idea to talk a little bit about the common ground that we are actually perceiving and hoping to find within this project, these plans of creating an archive in Milton Keynes. I was reminded of a project that we are doing presently in the Netherlands. We are making an architectural guide of the new towns in the Netherlands. And one of these towns, we needed drawings of buildings and neighborhoods, etc. And this is a new town very close to Rotterdam. And when we asked for the drawings of these buildings, they said, yeah, we have them. Our archive is in Nijverdal. This is a place that you obviously have never heard of, but also in the Netherlands, people have never heard of it because it's really far away. It's like 200 kilometers from Rotterdam. And so we asked the interns to go there, and you really have to go like hours by train. And then the archive was stashed in some industrial terrain in a dark barracks. And I think this is very symptomatic for a certain kind of cities, which and the lack of appreciation that exists for archives and history, for that matter. And the other thing that I was reminded of, and I just asked Tim, does it exist, an architectural guide for Milton Keynes? Because in our minds, our being foreigners, Milton Keynes is the city of design, of the design of architecture, but also of, you showed these graphic artist work of Peter Hutton, the graphic styles of Milton Keynes, the posters, all the visual material that was used for marketing, etc., is so well known outside of the UK. Hopefully also here, or the street furniture, and these are all, the city of design is really the image that Milton Keynes has. So yeah, I was surprised to hear that this guide is in the making now, but it doesn't exist as yet. So I think I wrote down a couple of things that I hope are common ground, but if not, you can just raise your arm and disagree. And so it's a list of things, of conclusions, of observations that you can add to, and feel free to disagree. But I thought I'd just give it a try. So the first thing that I learned is that this image from Milton Keynes that is so strongly design-based is not as obvious in Milton Keynes itself. Yesterday we even heard of Catherine from the Discovery Center. You were saying like you were raised here but never knew that this plant character was actually so characteristic for the city. So the history of Milton Keynes is not so well known amongst the residents, and that even includes people in the institutions that have to learn about it sort of yeah, they don't learn in the school. So I think that points to a fact that the mentality of people in Milton Keynes is also is different about their own city than the image that Milton Keynes has worldwide. And that, of course, leads to problems, I would say. Like there was this question of why does it take so long to get this list going? Well, you didn't, well, or maybe I misunderstood, or you were too polite, but I think there's definitely a core of this behind it. Like not everybody in Milton Keynes sees the history of the town as something which is significant. And of course, this is called preaching for your own parish in Dutch, but I think I assume that people here will probably agree with me when I say that the history of this town is something that is worthwhile. And if not, you can raise your hand now. So, and the second point, I think every self-respecting city needs an archive. It is the sort of the physical collection that represents history, that also in this time and age, this is not to be underestimated, represent the science and facts. So you can actually find proof for facts that have happened in history in an archive. This is important because people can do their research there and they can make their stories. They can find stories, but they can also create their own stories, because we know that every generation of researchers creates their own stories. But the bulk, the stuff that facts are made of, is in an archive. So It shouldn't be somewhere else. It should be right here in the heart of the city. Well, apart from this, I think that probably this is also already in the title of this event, but every archive also needs to be a living archive. And Milton Keynes has set the standard for that by having this living archive for 40 years already, which is quite special. And which is also a recognition of the fact that a city is planned by a certain group of people, but then it becomes a real city by being lived in. So there is an interaction between the planners and the residents, and both have their own sort of way of putting a mark on on the city, and that is something to recognize and something that an archive should also reflect. Next to that, you also want the residents to become active residents. You want the youth to be involved. You want minorities to be involved. A city never becomes a real city when it's only a planner's city. This is something that we learned from all this research in other new towns worldwide, that there's actually, even if planners think at a certain moment, now my plan is going to ruins because they are doing this or that, then this extra layer that is being added is still an important layer in the becoming of age of a city. Then I think what I heard yesterday is also that there's a kind of agreement, a consensus on that an archive should be inclusive, that all groups that live in a city should be included in an archive, especially the minorities that have come into the city in the last decades and that are often underrepresented. Well, in a lot of fields, but also in the archives. So an archive should be inclusive, and the collecting of an archive should be with the audience, not only about the audience. I'm on a roll here. Nobody raises her hand. Well then, oh, yeah.
Thinking about everything that went on yesterday. And I kind of thought we were going about it in the wrong way. One of the questions I asked yesterday was about this sort of difference between, if you like, the built archive and the cultural archive. And I think we need to separate the two. And the ideal would be everything is in the museum and the museum is in the city centre. But that won't work. So I think what we have to do is think of the museum as being the basic headquarters, which is where the living archive is anyway. That's sort of the cultural side. So I don't know if a sportsman has somebody from the England women's football team, the captain wants to donate her shirt, that goes to the museum. But what we have in the middle here is what we're missing out, which is our USP, because you as the foreigners keep talking about it, is Milton Keynes as the design city. Mm-hmm. So what we should have here is an architecture centre.
Yeah.
And this is just the built archive, so it's about the buildings, nothing else. The buildings, the planning, the posters, those sorts of things, not necessarily the people's memories, but that. So it's where people come, there are lots of building work going on in Milton Keynes at the moment. Controversial plans for new offices, blocks of flats and things like that. There is nowhere where the plans are displayed.
Yeah.
So people should be able to come in here and think of this is the place where they come to look at buildings in the city, proposals, developers' proposals. Perhaps developers can pay to hire exhibition space for their proposals. You can have it for informal meetings, presentations, just exhibitions on a particular architect or a particular estate, the heritage register stuff here. But using this as, when Alison was talking about coming with her students and feeling, seeing the original plans, this is where they'd come.
Yeah.
I think it'd be wrong to take them to the museum. And And I was thinking as well about, you know, the fact the museum has a kind of a new town gallery, and I was thinking there's a, which is a sensible, I'd always thought of it as a sensible thing, but then it's, you know, do you put the models up at the museum, or would you have them here in an architecture centre? And I kind of think you'd have probably one up at the museum and most of them here. And I was just thinking I think archive is a dusty word that doesn't encourage people to come.
Yeah.
But if you called it the new, you know, the archive, the architecture centre, or the showcase, or something like that, where you would encourage people to come in and learn about the buildings and the proposals, because that doesn't happen. And also,
well, maybe I could interrupt you here, because otherwise I didn't make this list all for nothing. And actually, I agree with you to a very large degree, because I also think that the archive is like, you can talk about, on the one hand, it's the goal that we're striving for, like to get the goal of, to get the archive here in the center of Milton Keynes. But on the other hand, it's an instrument. It's an instrument for creating this center. You could call it the Open Archive, you could call it the House of Stories, you could call it the Architecture Center. But it's a means to an end. It's an instrument to activate people. It's an activity-led archive. Because if you think about, for instance, if you would have an archive here that was purely based on doing research, and you would, that doesn't mean very much for the city. Then you would have maybe 200, maybe 500 researchers a year. This is something that you need, yes, but it's not really reaching out to people in Milton Keynes. So I think so that would be my answer. I think it's a little bit of both. So you need the archive to create an architecture center or an urban room or whatever you think is most appropriate. But then there need to be these activities around it, and that's where a little bit of this culture also comes in. So it's not necessarily that you have to get everything from the living archive here, but if you want to make the architecture live for people who are not architects or planners or designers, then it's about how do you live in these neighborhoods? What were the ideas of the original planners about living in, well, Netherfield, for instance? How has that worked out? How does that, what are the experiences of inhabitants? And that's where the archive can be the material for exhibitions here. So if you have if you're on a school, if you're a child in a school in Milton Keynes, this is where you would go for your history lesson or your lesson about society. You would be here, go to this center, and you learn about the history of your neighborhood and your city. There would be an exhibition showing you the images, not just the model. But I do think that a model is like the easiest way for people to understand their spatial environment, and not just a model that is at the MK Museum, which is only the center, but a model of the whole of Milton Keynes, and even extending to the places that are not yet built. So it could also be a place where you discuss the extensions of Milton Keynes and what are the ambitions of the city for these extensions. How do people in the future want to live? What kind of greenery or environment do we want to have? How do children? All these questions you can really discuss in a place like this, and I think also the library would be an excellent place for this.
And I think that when I reflect on an architecture center in the Netherlands, then it's exactly what you described, because it's not. Of course, you have to display and you have to make the exhibition, but you want somebody there also and educate. That's also a very important thing. So it's indeed that's what Michelle was saying.
So I think that is more or less what you're saying, right? And of course, we also noticed yesterday we were indeed talking. We were working over dinner, not on in some high level, but we were working, and then saying like, there is. If you look at the cultural infrastructure of Milton Keynes, to outsiders like us, it feels like a spaghetti. So there is a lot. it's all intertwined. It's not very clear where it begins and ends. There's a lot of overlap. And obviously there's also a lot of, well, I'm not sure if it's competition, but there's limited funding. There's many organizations. It's not always clear who does what. And so there will be, I think that's maybe also what we can do in this hour that we have in the afternoon. Like say, what does everybody want? What do you want to get as an organization? What do you want to get out of this initiative to have an archive here and some kind of center? And what do you bring? What do you bring to the table? Because it will be a process of giving and taking, and the end result has to be an improvement, of course. Why else would you do it? So that, I think, is an important question. And maybe we can, of course, this threshold of funding is like this high. So I would propose to just skip it for a bit, because I think the possibilities of funding become quadrupled once you have a really good idea that has a synergy between the different institutions that will somehow participate in this endeavor. Collectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Do you have more?
Do I have more?
Maybe because we also want to discuss this later, indeed, but this also something to think about when we have this tour now, and try to think what you want to give and want to get from it.
Yeah, I think
this was it.
Yeah, more or less.
So I think it's best that hearing what Michelle just said, just give it a thought, and also in the afternoon after we have come back and have seen Homeworld, which I'm very excited to see, we can maybe we can give some suggestions to get out of this spaghetti and maybe help you make something collectively. The lunch is not yet. Yeah.
They're standing in front of the door.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Shall we leave it at this for now?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so
I hope this sort of corresponds with your ideas on it.
Well, yes, well, it does. It's you know, going through and the thinking and how it's developed during the course of the discussions over the 2 days. I think, you know, Michelle put it, there are some things which we know, and I think everyone agrees on, and we can put those to one side. Another example, the council knows it has a statutory function in relation to the archive. It has to deliver that. Let's put that to one side, because actually we want to focus on the other elements to it as well, which have been coming up as part of the last 2 days. So that will have to just, you know, that will be delivered. That will have to be done. But that's not the I don't want to say it the wrong way, but it's not the exciting bit in terms of engaging people in their localities and their stories, and looking at that wider life and the living, as you put it, going on in Milton Keynes, and how we capture the contemporary city as well. So I think we're going to take a break. Hopefully the lunch will be here. We'll put it out on the table here for you. The plan is, if you're in the foyer with your coats and sturdy shoes and possibly umbrellas for 12:30, I think we will go as one group. I think I've spoken to Diane, and she's happy to receive you as one group. So we will take you on that short 7-8 minute journey to Homeworld 81, and then going back in time the 41 years as well, which Tim has shown us today, bringing that right up to date in terms of how Homeworld looks and is lived in now. And Diane will welcome us, give us a little bit in terms of how, as a resident, Homeworld appeals to her. Some nice tea and cake, and obviously coffee, of course, Sparta coffee, and then we will walk through the trail and you'll have the opportunity to see the interpretation boards, and for those of you who have downloaded the app, you'll be able to compare that with the app as well. For those people online, apologies for obviously some of the technical difficulties. Obviously it's a big thing in trying to intersperse presentations and films and things like that. But you will have the luxury of seeing some more films during the lunchtime break online as well. So obviously that's something for the online audience to look forward to. So thank you all very much, and we'll go and grab the lunch. And
afterwards, after Homeworld, everybody's coming back?
Yes, yeah, the plan for the afternoon is, I can't quite remember the time, but we'll make sure that you're back here. I think it's for 2 o'clock. Yeah. So we'll be back in our seats for 2 o'clock, and we'll have a short focus session together rather than splitting into groups. I think in terms of how Michelle and Simona have presented, I think we should do it as a collective, because that's how we mean to go on. So, and there's not as many people as might have been here, so I think it'd be quite nice to come and discuss it as a single group after the tour. So yeah, so that's the plan for the rest of the day. So thank you all for this morning. And the lunches are here, so we'll break for lunch now. Thank you.
This is the Vintage House by a New Zealand architect. This one is the one that most people who come to look at the exhibition come and look at. It was one of the last to be built. It was almost not finished when the exhibition actually happened. This is another New Zealand design. The solar panels are not original. This mock Tudor Woughton home was probably the most popular of all of the exhibits on the site. Even though it looks like it was built a long time ago, it shows 20th century innovations, because all of the properties to exhibit on Homeworld had to show innovation. It's still got an ingle nook fireplace. These two were built by an architectural practice to show what are called autarkic homes. The one on the left was the family home that the architect actually lived in himself after the exhibition. The one on the right was a starter home. It's a system build that they designed there, and during the exhibition you could walk out of the upstairs door and across into the house on the right hand side, but once they were sold, obviously the walkway had to be split. And the right hand one, the starter home, has been extended over the years as the design intended. The left hand one was built by Molam, who are more famous for building motorways. It has a concrete lower floor, and then the upper floor, the topper, was craned in. It was designed to be built very, very quickly, but it's as far as we're aware, it's the only example that was ever built. The right hand one was another kit home. This one came from Sweden, from a company called Annabyhus. Again, Scandinavian design, very energy efficient. Okay, now we want this one and this block here together. This one and this block, yep. Hello.
Some models.
Not me.
So this one here.
And these, yep, and these ones here. Yep. Okay. Here we have exhibit from a national builder. The right-hand one was their top of the range property, their executive home, which came with what every executive in the 1980s was going to want, a built-in barbecue. On the left, we have a block of 4 starter homes. This very well designed. From the front, it looks like a pair of semis. On the left is a 1-bed, and to the right of it is a 2-bed, and then they are reversed at the rear. Do you want to do one of the I did wash them yesterday.
Oh, did you? Well done.
So, this is, oh no, do you want to, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine actually, I've cropped into it, so you go.
This is one of 3 posters around the exhibition site explaining some of the homes, and there's a QR code on them which you can use with your phone to download the trail, which has lots more information about all the properties. Down the road we go. We've now got an example of some studio homes, starter homes. We've got the Frenchay and the Studio Solo by one developer, and then a block of 4 clipper homes by Wilcon. More of these were built elsewhere in Milton Keynes. They basically consist of a ground floor with an upper floor sleeping platform. This is the Landmark 2001. This was designed to look like a Canadian ranch home. This is the one which has probably been changed the most in the 40 years since the exhibition. It's been increased in size considerably. This is the famous pyramid. This is one of the properties that most people who came to the exhibition remember. It's got bedrooms on the ground floor, and then upstairs there's a lounge area topped by the glass pyramid. This is the A-frame, again one that everybody remembers from the exhibition. Not very easy to live in though. Think about how you get furniture into walls which slope to that amount. This beautiful Mesian designed bungalow was one of the winners of the Sunday Times House for the 80s competition. It has an umbrella roof, which means that the internal partitioning can be moved to suit your lifestyle. It was the internal design of this bungalow which was innovative. It's designed such that the parents can have one end of the building, the lounge is in the middle, and then the bedrooms for other family members are away from them at the other end. This is the solar house. This appeared in the film The Fourth Protocol. There's not a lot to see from the roadside because the main part of the house is the glass which is on the side facing the sun. This is the disability bungalow. It has been extended over the years, and the carport and open walkway at the front has been filled in. It was designed such that a disabled person living here could park their car and get out of it and use their wheelchair to get into the house. It is the only one of the exhibits with a flat, level threshold, something which all houses now have to have as part of the disability, the DDA Act. This is the Money Programme house. Valerie Singleton visited frequently during the build and was filmed by the BBC, and it was shown on the Money Programme. It had lots of innovative features, including a Fiat 127 car engine as part of its heating strategy. After the exhibition, a family moved in and the Money Programme visited them to see if the house was performing as expected. This is the other of the heat hugger homes. The timber frames were made by a Scottish company. This is the Wheatley home, probably one of the most innovative, but less obviously visual. It was built 40 years ago with UPVC window frames, UPVC guttering and fascia, and UPVC skirting boards in that. This is one of 2 Danish timber frame flat pack designs. This terrace is a terrace of 3, although at first glance you might have thought that it was just one large detached house. The left-hand one has been extended. The right-hand one and the left-hand one both originally had the doors on the side. The centre one has the door in the front. They're 2 bedrooms. This is the easy build. At the exhibition, only the central portion was built. It was designed such that it could very easily be extended in either direction, and as you can see, over the years it has been. This is the final exhibit, the other Danish timber frame kit home, built 40 years ago with underfloor heating and a heat recovery ventilation system and some triple glazing. Since we moved here 10 years ago, I've been very lucky to have lovely neighbours who have all given me various things that they have kept about the houses over the years, and this has enabled me to build up a large archive which I have shared with Tim Skelton, and we are now trying to put together a book about the history of Homeworld.
Yes, it's interesting to be here, isn't it? I'm thinking that one thing that makes it a bit difficult is quite a lot of the houses have been extended.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this I'm sure John didn't give permission for this.
Yeah. and you notice the landscaping's gone as well.
Yeah,
Just how much,
yeah.
How much cars dominate if you're looking across the road.
Homeworld was about two things. One, bringing more people to Milton Keynes. Two, demonstrating to government that we were able as a corporation to move towards a much greater emphasis on the private sector. You must bear in mind that the Thatcher government had come in with a much clearer view about how they were going to run the country, less government, more private sector. And up until that time, Milton Keynes had been a very socially orientated public sector vision. With mostly rented housing. So it was important that we were able to show that we were encouraging private sector development, and Homeworld was very much about that.
Where should we start? Tim, you know, the question is, we'll take a right, shall we? Bradwell Common is one of the grid squares right in the centre of Milton Keynes, so you can walk within 5 minutes from the Bradwell Common site to the shopping centre. And I think that says it all, that we were prepared to put private housing right at the centre of planning, and indeed to encourage people to live near the city centre.
I did the design and technical coordination. We started out with a kind of development plan for how it would go. We sort of tested it for its feasibility and the flexibility. It's very important to be flexible, so we didn't know what we were going to get. Before the builders came on site, it was important to have things in place so that all they had to do was just put their building up and connect up to the utilities. So we had to have the roads in place, the squares in place, and that was about it really. The landscape as well, of course. That was kind of like the physical preparation of the site, but on the other hand, there were all the other administrative things going on as well to get them there.
I was project manager for Homeworld, and that involved, first of all, overseeing the layout, the housing layout, dividing it into building plots where individual houses could be erected, and beyond that, marketing the plots to punters who might be developers such as Lang or Wimpy, and trying to create a rich tapestry of different types of projects. But the main concept initially was to promote private housing in Milton Keynes.
Because the whole thing was laid out in a 4 metre by 4 metre grid.
Yeah.
So every plot was measured with multiple 4 metres. So you probably got about 8 metres more in this house.
So how did you decide who went on what plot?
I don't know really. I think it was a question of fitting. I mean, I don't know who the first one was that came. I think the pyramid was one of the first ones because it was a kind of not a tame developer, but a known developer. Greenwood Homes was doing work for us. They were in the frame quite early, and they were doing this. They came in with this pyramid. It wasn't quite the same as it is now. It was a bit sleeker when they brought it in. We thought, well, that would be a good thing in the centre of the site, really, and it would hit you from the entrance coming in from the car park.
When I arrived as a young surveyor to work for the Development Corporation in 1978, private housing was the poor relation of public housing, and the process of getting it to happen was typical of any sort of public body. There was an architect's department, a planning department, a surveyor's department, and so forth. And clearly that wasn't going to work because it didn't give enough emphasis to the project of getting private housing on the ground. So in 1979, the private housing unit was formed.
The PHU, Private Housing Unit, was a multidisciplinary team charged with delivering private housing within the Development Corporation. So we had architects, engineers and surveyors working alongside each other and negotiating with developers and their architects to get schemes designed and built.
So the private housing unit found its way into success really quite quickly. We did some good deals with developers. Also, it provided the structure from which to build Homeworld and Energy World.
Homeworld happened because I was director at the time, responsible at the corporation for publicity and promotion, and I picked up the idea and ran with it, and basically I suppose it happened because I took control of it. The idea originally came from David Locke, one of the planners, in a casual conversation based on a historic event at Letchworth Garden City in the early days when they did a very similar thing to promote housing.
I'd been struck by my reading about the impact of the Cheap Cottages exhibition in Letchworth in 1905. Having trouble with the first garden city, getting people to take it seriously as a place to move to. So they organised a public exhibition of prototype houses, and they laid on a temporary train halt so that people could come up on a free ticket from London, spend the day looking at all these show houses and get back on the train. And the houses that were built, they were all designed to raise people's imagination about what houses could look like, because most people were living in London suburbs or slums. And secondly, to make people aware that Letchworth could offer a house with a garden and easy access from London.
It was in 1979 the first seeds were sown. I think it was a chap called David Parker, who was American, that came in as a housing advisor.
My recollection is that the initial idea for Homeworld came from David Parker. I don't remember where Fred first met David Parker, but David Parker was working in the States for a new town development corporation, the New York State Urban Development Corporation, and had a lot of experience, more than we had in Milton Keynes, in building new towns with private developers. David said, well, why don't you do a major housing exhibition to demonstrate the Milton Keynes' willingness to attract private developers and bring a lot of customers up as well.
when I walked through the doors into the pavilion at Woughton Tower for the launch event, to go up onto the stage and address the gathering there, I was confronted by over 150 people, house builders and their representatives, who'd come along to hear what this thing was all about. And the response from questions afterwards and people who were at the meeting coming back to ask questions about what they could do, how they could get involved, was amazing. So my memories of that are that it was a real turning point in the process of putting Homeworld together.
The main incentive for a builder was that if he produced a really good house in Homeworld, there was a better chance of him getting a development site somewhere else in the city. It wasn't all done on finance. It was done partly on whether we thought a builder was going to fit well into Milton Keynes generally. And the private housing unit was always developing that theme of trying to make housing more interesting, more important, more acceptable and more high quality.
Some of the developers just got on quietly with what they were doing. You know, I think the Moleham House, for instance, I don't remember anything cropping up about that. They'd been doing work in Milton Keynes, just down the road in Connyborough for years and years, and they kind of just got a design sorted out quickly, got the building regs for it, started building, and they were one of the first to finish, I think, and just went away. We didn't hear anything about them.
The project we were involved with, which was building this Scandinavian or Swedish timber frame house. It was called an Arnebyhus. Very exciting, but it was very difficult because it was like having a small housing estate being built, but with 20 or 30 individual contractors.
Well, we had a character called George Mackenzie, who was a Glaswegian, I think. He was the kind of on-site marshal, making sure that builders didn't fall out with each other.
Normally with a small housing estate, you'd have one Bovis Homes or whoever would be building the estate, and they would be able to coordinate, build it sensibly in a controlled manner. With Homeworld 81, every single project was managed by a different contractor, and each contractor was arranging his own deliveries of materials, bricks and timber trusses and that sort of thing, and you'd get the situation where I was trying to get all my bricks delivered to clad the outside of this timber frame building, and the brick delivery lorry couldn't get anywhere near the site. It all came together in the end, but it was a bit of a nightmare actually doing it.
In the height of activity, when it was going off between Christmas and Easter of 1981, you know, every day I would go home and have my dinner, and the whole family would pile into the car, and we'd have to go to Homeworld because I had to walk around and see what had been done that day. During the day, I'd be in the office most of the time, sort of fielding issues and coordinating things. And my long-suffering family all came with me. I think they knew every word of every song on the Mamas and Papas best hits.
Who was the landscape architect?
Mike Osherwood. He was heading out the landscape thing. And I think there were three elements to the landscape. One was the street trees and the street views, including the kind of hedging that went up. And then he used to cluster those around the two roundabouts. So that was a kind of street scene. And then there was the garden courts, pocket park. Well, he just did a landscape unit job on it, you know.
More mature trees than you would normally
Yes, I
have.
think all the trees and all the planting you put in, it was all a little bit more mature than it would have been if it was a fresh estate. And then the third element was the gardens of the houses themselves. And all the landscape architects in the landscape unit had one or two gardens to do, but they let their imaginations run right, if not their budgets. And so every house had a quite attractive garden in the making. I think the three of them together, those elements, came together very well and did form this thread that held everything together.
You tend to get different types of people wanting to take part. There were the people who had something to sell, the people who had the kit houses. There were developers who were already in Milton Keynes, such as Wellmar particularly, who thought that they ought to be in because they were already in. There were developers, I think, that wanted to get into Milton Keynes. And there were entrepreneurs like Roger Walker from New Zealand, who just saw it as, I think, a bit of fun and to market themselves or an idea that they had.
Yeah, and this still looks good, doesn't it? I mean,
it does. I love that New Zealand house. I think that's wonderfully crazy. And
yeah.
I mean, this was the one that was a real struggle to get it.
Oh yeah, it was a grind. I mean, with Peter Lamb worked on that building for about 2 months, I think, non-stop. He was the one who had to get building regulations permission for it, you know. And Graham Alsop in the building control section of the council, he was very helpful.
But it's one of those things where obviously the corporation recognised it and helped out.
Oh yes.
They helped out to make it happen.
So I'd been on several trips to London just to enjoy the architecture and the theatre and stuff. So one day I was there, and the New Zealand High Commission, who keep tabs on what's going on, said, "Look, there's this international exhibition in Milton Keynes, and we think you should go into it." And being the last of the English new towns, I was quite fascinated to see, you know, what had been learnt from the previous new towns. I do have a company in New Zealand called Vintage Homes. Vintage Homes was the vehicle that built this house and financed this house.
I think the two New Zealand houses were object lessons in the opposite way of doing things, because we had one which was Lockwood Homes, which was another one of these quiet ones, which, you know, I never heard any trouble or problems from Lockwood Homes whatsoever. The house arrived on a container, and they got a crew sorted out, and they put it up in no time at all and connected things up and went away, and it's done and dusted, if you like. Right next door to that is Vintage Homes with Roger Walker, and totally different approach to building here. I think all that arrived from New Zealand was a joiner and his toolbox. Got off the plane, and then he had to find his way to Milton Keynes, get some accommodation, which my wife fixed up for them actually, and then set to finding material, getting wood bought, and the rest. And I just remember him being on site. There's a staircase with a stair tower which is kind of sticking out from the building, and he was there with his hammer and chisel notching out the recesses for the treads to go in and the risers to go in. It went round this thing, but I mean, it ended up a very attractive house, and probably the most distinctive on the site, to be frank. It was nail-biting stuff, getting it to that stage, you know.
Yeah, there was a few dramas. I found a New Zealand builder who said that he would go over and build the house, and we agreed a price with him. And he went over, and he was over several months earlier than I was supposed to go over and my job was to control the painting and sort of finish off the house, do the finishing touches. But unfortunately, for one reason or another, he got way behind. And when I arrived, the house was well behind, you know, its program. So I had to pitch in, and I had to employ extra staff to get it built. And, you know, there were dramas like I was hanging up pictures, I remember one day, and I put the nail through one of the water pipes in the walls. And things like that. And the High Commission provided all the plants. They had this idea that our house would be a little bit of New Zealand in the English countryside. So they provided all the flaxes and sort of New Zealand species of plants, which we eagerly took advantage of. And so they were all growing nicely. And then various companies in New Zealand, like carpet companies, provided the carpet. And in fact, there were so many visitors through the house during the show, the time of the show, that the carpet actually wore out and had to be replaced. We had to work very long hours because we were behind time. And one night, there were three of us, we were working and it was snowing, and we all had mild hypothermia. And at about 9 o'clock, we said, oh, we better go down to the local Indian restaurant and have some curry. Anyway, the local Indian restaurant, I said, what's the hottest curry you've got, sir? And he said, we've got a special Tindaloo, but it's not for European tastes. And I said, is it hot? And he said, my word, it's hot. And I said, look, I need that. I've got mild hypothermia. Anyway, so this plate was delivered, and there was a waiter standing behind the manager who brought the plate of Tindaloo. I took one mouthful and then sort of breathed fire. And the chap behind stepped forward and he said, you'll be needing the yogurt, sir.
One challenge was the weather. I can't remember what the whole of April was like in 1981, but I can remember on the 3rd of May, because it was my daughter's 3rd birthday, there was a huge snowstorm which collapsed one of the marquees, and you know, that was a lovely panic. That was what happens when you try to put on an exhibition.
The day before it was due to be finished, and you know, George was going around sort of exhorting people to get a move on and telling me, coming back, there's a problem here with this, can you blah blah blah. And then I think eventually the site closed about 6 o'clock or something like that, and there was a meeting. David Crew was chairing it because he was the executive director for the project, and the technical and PR people were sitting around the table and it was going through the checklist. We've done this, done this, done this, and have you finished, John? You know, everything. And there was just one tiny thing that needed doing. I can't remember what it was. Maybe a lock for a gate or something like that, you know. And I said, well, there's just this thing that needs doing, but it'll be done about 8 o'clock in the morning, well before the opening ceremony. So, and then there was a quiet, and I got the steely-eyed look from David Crew, and the eyes closed a little bit, and he didn't say anything actually. He just shook his head twice, very slowly. So I excused myself and got it done that night. but then, and then that was it. The next morning, everything was done. It was fantastic.
This is quite interesting because in doing the research for the anniversary, what you realise is how much the housing sector has changed, the private housing sector, and how builders have merged, formed, disappeared. And and here, I mean, you've got the Wilcon, the White House, the Clipper. You know, they don't exist anymore. I don't know who owns them. Barrett's, they're still here, the only one. And this was Lang, their super homes, and Lang's have disappeared from the housing market. This was Abbey Homesteads.
Yeah.
And they were a sort of builder in Milton Keynes, weren't they?
Yes.
Leith Hill.
Yes.
And now they've disappeared. And S&S, who built the Cotton House, you know, they regional builder disappeared. Molam, who did contracting and then sale housing. You know, they've disappeared. They've all merged and things. In 40 years, the whole housing sector has changed. And there's sort of regional builders like S&S have just disappeared.
I remember an L-shaped house like that with a big conservatory in the niche.
Yeah, that one.
The money program.
Okay. Money program house, PVC.
Yeah.
The house, it was the Langs who built it, and I think it was based on a super home module, the framework.
Yeah.
And they got two of them, put them at right angles to form an L shape. And then John Doggart did the kind of energy overlay on it,
didn't he?
and put the conservatory into the angle of the L shape, if you like, and got all his thermal performance coming out of that. And being the BBC involved in the money programme, it was, got a lot of publicity for it. I remember quite a few articles.
And I think it continued
about it,
over a year or two, didn't it?
Oh yes, it did continue. They went back and revisited. The other thing was Valerie Singleton was presenting the money programme there. And there was a generation grew up with her and Blue Peter, and so I think it probably reached a lot further than many people might have given it credit for.
It's a house designed and built under the auspices of the money programme. We're calling it Future Home 2000. Very much a house of the future, but incorporating all the most advanced technology that industry has to offer right here and now.
Since the oil crises of the early 70s, we've become all too aware of the finite nature of our energy. Industry has spent very considerable sums researching new design ideas, and first fruits of the research are sprouting rather at random across the country. A new breed of architect has already emerged to apply these new concepts, and among the leaders in the field is energy-conscious design, who've already completed a number of projects here in Britain, as well as carrying out research for the government and the EEC into low-energy construction. And it's the energy-conscious design team who've drawn up the plans for our Future Home 2000.
Most of this was done by my partner, David Tarrant. And I asked David a few weeks ago, I said, well, how did that happen? They said they just came and asked us. Lang had seen that it was an opportunity for promoting Lang housing. It was them, I think, who got the BBC involved. We started on Friday evening, and by Monday we had to have the design done. So the timescale was extremely short. And then I can't remember, the working drawings was another 2 weeks or something like that. It was extremely quick.
When we were allocated our site in the exhibition last November, it looked like this. Indeed, just 6 days ago, there was just a concrete slab there. But last Tuesday, all that changed in a quite remarkable way. Val Singleton was there.
It's 8 o'clock and it's only just light, but already one of these trailers has been unloaded and work has started. They're hammering away in the background, beginning to put up the lower floor walls. By the end of today, the major construction of the house will be completed. All the walls will be finished, and the only thing left to put on will be the roof. Our Future Home 2000 started life as a list of cutting instructions, similar to a semi-detached, saving hours of work on site. So efficient is this system that a team of 4 men can manufacture all the components for 25 houses in just 1 week. Day 2, and within an hour the roof has been felted and battened and is ready for tiling. The tiles are delivered, and like everything else today in the building industry, unloading is automated so as not to hold up work on site. Inside, the doors are being fixed, and attention now turns to what Future Home 2000 will hope to achieve in energy conservation.
We were very keen indeed to promote the idea that we were using far too much energy and that we had to cut it down.
As you may remember, we hope that our house will be able to save 60% of all fuel bills. Yet at the same time, it has to be a compact family house.
There are other things that the house had, for instance, that were new. A thing called double glazing. We all think that's all normal now, but 40 years ago, it wasn't very well known, and certainly not the one that we used on Homeworld, which makes it much, much more efficient. We did something with the controls. You know, we're all used to button controls now, but there were no button controls in those days. So you could run the house in a much, much better way, a much more economic way than because you could tailor the heating to just when you wanted the heat instead of just having to switch it on for long periods. But the whole lot of other things in the house which just weren't around at that time were there. For instance, there were low energy lights there. People had tungsten bulbs. Now they don't. So that was an example of the things that were there. Some of the things didn't happen in 20 years, are only just happening in 40 years, like the Home Office. Okay, it's a very simple concept. It was more complex then because cabling and wiring were it wasn't wireless in those days. The idea that you didn't have to go to work every day in order to do work, that was an idea that we floated then. That's something that even after 20 years, after 2000, had not arrived in any way. And I mean, we were doing things also, for instance, there's Valerie Singleton driving away in an all-electric vehicle, which was to become commonplace by the year 2000, because that's when the house was designed to be, to leading up to. Well, of course, it's taken a very, very much longer time for it all to happen than that.
In 1981, I was the chief engineer for a division within a national house building company, and a group of myself and my colleagues came down from the Midlands specifically to go round Homeworld, and that really was our only involvement. It transpired that our chairman had a vision of establishing a new region in Milton Keynes, and I was offered that position later on in the year. And because we had a housing development in Milton Keynes, we just took over 2 of the show houses for offices initially, but we needed somewhere to live. So Carol and I put aside 2 or 3 weekends as often as we could to come down to Milton Keynes, stay overnight, look at as many houses as possible. And then one afternoon I said, let me go and show you this Homeworld exhibition where there's some really weird houses, Carol, you will not believe. So we looked at Homeworld and were just driving around out of interest, really. And there was a for sale board, I think it was Taylor's estate agents were selling the Money Programme house. And I said that was a particularly nice house, Carol. And we went inside it, and there'd been a burst. So the ceilings were down and the carpets were screwed up in corners and rolled up. And I said to Carol, you can't really imagine what it was like when we came round, but there were thousands of people. Anyway, that was about November time. I dealt with David Holliday, who was the MD of Super Homes at the time, Lang subsidiary. So he said, well, if you buy this house, I'll get everything sorted out for you. And true to his word, all the ceilings were put back, all the decor was done, all the carpets were relaid, and we moved in. And that was how we got to be in the Money Programme house. There must have been some sort of contractual obligation from Super Homes to allow the Money Programme to commentate on people living in the house. And I suppose we were in our 30s, we were a youngish couple with a young family. I was in the industry, so we were a pretty good couple for them, really. In fact, we were filmed moving in. From the 4th of January, we were on film, and then it was filmed on a regular basis for about 18 months or 2 years, I think. We were both concerned about the high technology aspect of it all, because it was blown up really beyond necessity, I think, when we first looked at the house and were told so much about it. And when we came to live here, and when everybody had disappeared and we were left on our own, we managed to find that it was quite straightforward, really. And if one applied one's mind in quite a logical manner, then the house itself works quite well, and I don't think it's that daunting at all. We had so many people wanting to monitor their particular aspect or their particular feature that we had people in the house virtually every day with monitors and meters and questions, and it was fascinating. I absolutely loved it.
I think inevitably there was a worry that there won't be a large turnout, people wouldn't be turned on by the idea of visiting a load of houses.
We had 140,000 visitors. I was at the MKDC's exhibition tent for many of the days, and people just loved it. It was just an exciting exhibition to come to and have a day out in Milton Keynes.
I went back later towards the end of the show, when the show was closing, the exhibition was closing. People really embraced the whole idea and the concept, and the public clearly did as well.
It was a huge success in terms of the population, the public. They loved it. The numbers of people watching the Money programme doubled. It was by far the most successful thing that they'd ever had on any programme.
There was great enthusiasm from the public for the exhibition as an exhibition piece. But to me, they were all kind of voyeuristic in their approach to it. They wanted to see what the decor was and the bedrooms were like, and furniture and stuff like that. Oh, this is a nice house, oh, look at that kitchen. And that was kind of the level at which the mass public seemed to take it. They didn't even consider, I don't think, the technical innovations that were on display there. And to that extent, I was a bit disappointed. They just didn't have this vision about a future.
The one house that had the biggest queues of people to go in and have a look were not the beautiful Scandinavian minimalist houses. It was the S&H Woughton Tudor Beethan house in the corner, and that had a queue about 150 yards long to get into it. I thought that tells you something about where our current design tastes lie as a people.
Mostly people were very excited about it, but I remember there was a woman of a certain age who said, "I could never live here. I could never here. This is horrible. I could never live here." And I said, "Madam, nobody is asking you to live here." But anyway, it was generally very positive, and I think that I don't know what our throughput of people, of visitors, was compared with some of the other houses. Within the house, we had a document of expressions of interest. And I think we had something like 500 people said they were interested in further information. So there was, I would say, a large amount of interest.
This is going to sound really odd, but because I was born in Milton Keynes, I'd never visited Homeworld. I knew about the 3 exhibitions, Homeworld, Energy World and Future World, but Future World was the only one I had visited. So it wasn't until after we moved here that I actually realised what a fantastic place Homeworld was, and as a local historian I got really interested.
Yeah. But strangely enough, at that time in 1981 I actually lived in London, and I was looking for a house, and I went to the Ideal Home exhibition, and they were offering free coach trips out here. So I hopped on the bus, and I can remember actually coming up Coles Hill Place and actually seeing the A-frame, which I thought was wonderful. It was very sort of continental. I went to the exhibition and went through the houses. Can't remember this one, strangely enough.
We've lived here since September 2012. Within a week of moving in here, we felt like we have lived here forever. It is just such a comfortable house to live in. It's just got such a lovely feeling to it. And of course, Homeworld is walking distance from the city centre, Sainsbury's, the station. Yeah, Homeworld is actually very, very well located as well.
Yeah, it's a good name, yeah. I think it was very successful. I think it did exactly what it was intended to do, which was to highlight more innovative, better designed private housing in Milton Keynes and actually in the wider world.
It was successful, all right. And by successful, we meant there was 140,000 people who came to see it. It got very good publicity. Milton Keynes turned from a backward thing looking at concrete cows to a forward thing solving the nation's problems. And the Development Corporation, that fitted that fitted their, you know, their reason for living really was to make something that was of the now and in the future.
I think what we hoped, amongst other things, and it wasn't a forlorn hope, it was quite a calculated hope, was that we would innovate and produce an exhibition which showed what you could do if you were an imaginative builder. And we were hoping that the building industry would pick that up and run with it, and we would end up with an overall enhancement of housing standards in the UK. That didn't happen because the builders were not so interested in that aspect. They just wanted to sell houses. Sorry to be rude about our building industry.
I don't think it was successful in the sense that innovative housing was suddenly understood and implemented and people were getting excited by it. But in terms of the original aim, and you know, which was crudely political, I suppose, I think it was successful because the house building in Milton Keynes took off, the private house building sector.
40 years later, we're still wanting to commemorate it. And also it led to Energy World. And without Homeworld, there wouldn't have been Energy World. And Energy World was very important, not necessarily the city, but energy conservation generally.
David Crew was marketing director, or some such title. Very important role in a city which is always promoting itself. And I think it's no coincidence that he inherited the task, the responsibility of making that whole exhibition work, because marketing is what it was all about. Marketing something a little bit unusual and therefore needing a bit more innovation in the way you market. And you know, so there was things like there was a money program house which was going to market us to the city, no less. So yeah, I think it was quite correct that David Crew was the person to lead on all of that and make sure that we were giving proper emphasis to marketing.
I've always regarded Homeworld as very politically significant, bearing in mind it was at a time when there was a crucial change of government from a Labour government to a Margaret Thatcher-led government which believed in the private sector, the market, and less government. Homeworld was able to show that Milton Keynes was agile, that it could change its vision with the political times. And then, of course, Margaret Thatcher became quite a fan of Milton Keynes. She visited 2 or 3 times, and Milton Keynes therefore had put its seal on its ability to work with a Conservative government. Politically significant, Homeworld? Absolutely.
Just the bonhomie of being part of a team with all different people, from architects to site workers to developers, all working together in a common cause. That was a kind of minor reflection really of working for the Development Corporation and working on Milton Keynes. This fascination that you're involved in a collective project with lots of other people who have all their different opinions and different views, but all see the whole as being more important than the individual experiences.
This is Milton Keynes, a thriving multicultural city of over 250,000 people. Yet 50 years ago, the site was largely occupied by farmers' fields where crops were grown and cattle grazed. Just how and why did this agricultural area of North Bucks get transformed into the largest and most ambitious of Britain's new towns? This is a story of Milton Keynes' early years, told by those who were part of the Development Corporation tasked with its planning and development. It's a story of audacity and brashness, of teamwork and tussles, of utopian dreams and a bold vision.
A beautiful name for a lovely village, almost the smallest in England. In the local, they said it must have been some big official with a sense of humour, surely a contradiction in terms, who chose this name for the projected new town of 250,000 people.
On the 23rd of January 1967, the Labour Minister of Housing and Local Government, Tony Greenwood, announced the designation of around 22,000 acres of North Buckinghamshire countryside as the site for what turned out to be the biggest of Britain's new town developments. But this was not the first plan to develop a new city in North Bucks. The year is 1961. Stranger on the Shore tops the hit parade. Yuri Gagarin is the first man in space. John F. Kennedy is sworn in as the 35th President of the United States. And the Beatles perform for the first time at the Cavern Club in Liverpool. In that same year, Fred Pooley, the chief architect of the Buckinghamshire County Council, takes on an additional role as chief planner. He had been appointed chief architect 7 years earlier at the young age of 38, having worked previously rebuilding war-damaged Coventry.
There was enormous pressure on the council, the Bucks County Council, for planning permissions of all kinds within the Green Belt and in the south of the county around Slough at the time. And Fred Pooley said, "I'm fed up with saying no. I want to, as a positive architect planner, to say yes." And so I think he got the idea of creating a new city. I was called into Fred's office and he literally said to me, what would be the implications of building a new city for 250,000 people in North Bucks? About why 250,000? He said, well, I really enjoyed Coventry and 250,000 seems to be a pretty good size for a city. Oh, he did say a city based on public transport. He did say that. And for the public transport, he had mentioned a monorail.
Fred Pooley and the County Council knew the government was about to publish their South East study, which was to suggest a new city in the Bletchley area. In January 1964, they jumped the gun and held a news conference in London and invited the press and broadcasters to attend.
Here is the 8 o'clock news for today, Tuesday the 7th of January, read by John Spurling. Official planners in Buckinghamshire want to build a new type of city for the motor age, in which no one would live more than 10 minutes' walk from a school or a free monorail service may one day be built in Buckinghamshire near Aylesbury. The planners see the cost of the monorail service, an attractive alternative to travel by car, being paid for out of the rates.
The North Bucks New City project ended up being called Pooleyville after Fred Pooley. And in order for the county council to develop the project, it needed financial guarantees from the government. The monorail was too expensive to build all at once, and the government simply wasn't prepared to underwrite the risks of developing this highly innovative, quite speculative scheme. But the government liked the idea of a new city in North Buckinghamshire. it would fit in the regional plan to be published shortly. And so it decided to use the New Towns Act to set up a development corporation to invest public money and take the risk that that public money would be repaid.
In January 1967, when the Minister of Housing and Local Government made the announcement to create a development corporation for Milton Keynes, he also announced that its chairman would be Lord Campbell of Escand. He was an inspired choice, a man of great determination and compassion. Aged 55, he had just stepped down as chairman of the family business, Booker McConnell, whose wealth was based on sugar plantations in the Caribbean. Jock Campbell was also a member of the Labour Party. He knew his way round Whitehall, and as an old Etonian had many acquaintances in the Conservative Party too.
The BBC wanted me to do a recording on the evening of the day my appointment was announced. And I started by talking about it as Milton Keynes. And the BBC man who knows, I was saying I knew nothing about it. They said, you know so little about it, you don't even know how to pronounce it.
Jock Campbell appointed Walter Ismay as the Development Corporation's deputy chairman and first chief executive. Ismay, amazingly, had no new town building experience, but the team began to be assembled. One of the first things Jock Campbell and his board had to do was to draw up a brief for the appointment of a master planner. County council members of the board put great pressure on him to go with Fred Pooley's plan. But when it came to choose a master planner, Jock Campbell had someone else he knew in mind, Richard Llewellyn Davis. He was also a member of the Labour Party, and the two had met to talk about Milton Keynes several times.
That's what we had the decision of who to appoint as the master planner. So I was always intended that we should appoint Llewellyn Davis, but I knew him and he was, he had very open ideas, and we very much agreed about things. But the ministry made us go through a tremendous business of asking 4 people to make presentations. In the end, everybody chose Llewellyn Davis.
Llewellyn Davies' practice was appointed because Llewellyn Davies and Jock Campbell knew each other from a long time ago. But the preparation of the plan was done by Walter Bohr and John de Monchaux. Fred Pooley was also appointed as a special advisor by the MKDC board, but it was very clear from the outset that the Llewellyn Davies team had no respect or interest in promoting a monorail. Llewellyn Davies had just finished the master plan for Washington Newtown, which, incidentally, also featured a grid road system.
The master planners were appointed in 1967. They did not deliver their final master plan until 1970, but they did produce, as they had intended, an interim report in October 1968. This laid out the bare bones of the plan and included a recommendation that the first development should take place in a crescent that linked the existing towns of Woughton and Bletchley. This enabled the acquisition of land for development to begin, with landowners receiving compensation. Within 5 years, the Development Corporation had acquired 12,600 acres of land, 2/3 of that required, at an average cost of £840 per acre.
When I was training to be a surveyor, I worked for some of my time in the docklands of Cardiff City, Tiger Bay. The living conditions that people had were absolutely appalling and unbelievable. I recall going into one house. There was 2 rooms downstairs and 2 rooms upstairs. The back ground floor room had a solid earth floor. The only water supply was in a dripping tap in the backyard. Now that was the sort of standard accommodation people had. I saw a job advertised with this new development corporation in Milton Keynes. That was in 1969, and I moved in June of that year. I was responsible primarily for buying the land on which the city was built. I eventually lived in Woughton on the Green, and our second compulsory purchase order was in Woughton on the Green. And I used to visit the village pub. I was in there one evening, early evening, and this young man came in, and he was complaining bitterly about this person, Brookman, who was throwing his farmer off on the streets. He didn't know who I was, but he'd like to find out, he'd like to meet this man. Of course, the pub went extremely quiet, and everybody looked at me. So I said, I'm Brian Brookman. He said, how can you possibly do... So I told him the story about the house I saw in Tiger Bay. I said, now, if I have to make a choice, I said, remember that every acre of land we buy will have, on average, 8 homes, maybe up to 15, depending on the price range. Rented accommodation, probably 15 homes. If I have to choose between a farmer and the hundreds and thousands of people who are living in London in the sort of conditions I've just described and getting them a decent home, I will buy that farmland every time. The farmer will lose the argument every time. The accommodation that people live in is appalling, and I want to be part of doing something about it. He said, well, I didn't think of it like that. That was the end of the conversation.
The creation of the new city's infrastructure did not just involve work above ground on roads, but underground too, with the creation of drainage and sewage tunnels.
The tunnel miners, they were a hardy breed and a bit of a law unto themselves. I got on all right with them. I can recall one incident where I was down a shaft, an open excavation, with one of the contractor's men, because we had to measure up anywhere where there was rock, because the tunnel miners got paid extra for rock. It took them longer and it was harder work. I was down this shaft, which was about 5 meters down, and I was trying to argue that it was not rock. It was, okay, it was hard soil, but it wasn't rock. The tunnel miner got a bit aggrieved. He took his pickaxe and brought it down with all his might, and sparks flew off. He said, look at that, sir. That's fierce hard. So I said, okay, that's rock.
Today's users of the city's grid roads are accustomed to driving along them at speeds of up to 70 miles an hour, but that was not what the master planners had originally intended.
We felt that 40 miles an hour was the appropriate speed. We had the Bucks County Council saying that in the immediate time before there are any houses there, to some extent quite correctly, there'll be no justification for having a 40 mile an hour road, and so they said it should be built to 50 miles an hour. And then these super principal roads, which connected up to the trunk road system and the motorway system, we should have roads which were built to a higher speed. At no stage did we anticipate 70 miles an hour.
In terms of the grid roads, there is one feature that Milton Keynes is famed for now, which was not mentioned in the original master plan: roundabouts.
The master plan was done principally from a point of view that all the crossroads will be controlled by traffic lights. Now that's all very well if you have constant traffic. If you can imagine having not much development and lots of junctions with traffic lights, the potential for fatal accidents was very high. And that's why I think it was David Jameson who made the decision to put roundabouts in.
David Jameson, the corporation's chief engineer, might have wanted to put in roundabouts, but it was actually not the corporation's decision. It was the county council who were responsible for the roads once built. They decided to treat the city grid roads in their early days as rural roads, and rural roads didn't have traffic signals.
They were of a temporary nature, but they've become permanent, and Milton Keynes is almost known for its roundabouts.
In March 1970, after nearly 3 years of intense arguments and discussions that delayed its completion, the master plan for Milton Keynes was presented to the government.
Looking back 50 years later, I think there are 4 significant features of the plan for Milton Keynes. First, the grid road system. The grid road system was built by and large as originally envisaged. It was to enable congestion-free private motoring. But the idea, Fred Pooley's idea of mobility for all, was lost. Even today, half of the city's population don't have access to a car during the day. Second main feature is the low density overall for the city and the parks, leaving enough space for a true garden city to be created. And that's what's been delivered as well. The third main feature is social balance and social development. In contrast with the earlier new towns, Milton Keynes was going to be a city for everybody, not just working class households, but wealthier households and poorer households. That's been achieved, as has been the investment in social development to enable communities to grow and prosper. Finally, the fourth important feature of the plan was that it was a strategic plan, not a detailed plan, leaving it to others over the last 50 years, the next 50 years and beyond, others to fill in the details.
In 1969, Jock Campbell used his contacts book and his skill as a chairman to bring an institution to Milton Keynes that has made its name and that of Milton Keynes known throughout the world.
I remember incidentally one board thing, which I'm slightly ashamed of. This is about the Open University, which was a political subject. And I was going to Geoffrey Crowther as chairman of Trust House 40 to try to get them to build the first hotel in Milton Keynes. But I was reading my Times in the taxi on the way to see him, and I saw that Geoffrey Crowther had been made the first chancellor of the Open University. I mean, I'd known him on and off for years. So I said, right, I was going to talk to him about a hotel. I'm now going to talk to him about a university. So I read this in the Times. Why shouldn't the Open University come to Milton Keynes? There's never been a new university in a new town, and this seems all wrong. Milton Keynes is the one to do it with, and it's very important, you're very important to us. And so eventually this worked, and we got it. And we gave them a prime site on very reasonable terms. And when I got the board meeting, I couldn't get agreement on it because all the Tory members of the board, it was just before the change of government. And the majority of the board said no, they wouldn't agree to use this prime site when there was soon going to be a Conservative government. And they'd said openly, as a matter of policy, they weren't going to support the Open University. So I was getting very stuck on this, and I looked as if I could have had a vote, which I would have lost. So I suddenly had a bright idea, and I said, well, now, Edward Boyle, who was Vice-Chancellor of Leeds, is a great friend of mine. Give me 10 minutes, I'll go and ring up Edward Boyle. And as he's been Tory Shadow Minister of Education, would you go along with him? So I went up to my room, I rang Edward Boyle. By surprising, I got him. Edward, this is Jock. I got a problem at Milton Keynes. Told him what the problem was. He said, the bloody awful place. I'm suggesting every don who consults me, every academic, not to get a job. It won't last under a Conservative government.
Jock Campbell returned to the board meeting, told them he couldn't get hold of Edward Boyle, and then argued through his proposal successfully.
I'm now talking about 1970, so it was 3 years. The plan had been produced just and acknowledged, agreed. I think the inquiry had happened, the public inquiry, and people were anxious to get things on the ground. And it wasn't happening.
Walter Ismay was one of the most modest, delightful men as possible, or saintly man. In the planning stage, I think our relationships with farmers, our relationship with the people, our relationship with people round about, with the press and all this, were very much due to Walter Ismay's patience and forbearance and charm. But when it came to starting to implement the plan, he couldn't do unpopular things. In fact, he found it difficult to take difficult decisions, which is difficult.
In order to resolve this situation, Jock Campbell turned to a man who was making a reputation for himself in Runcorn Newtown as someone who could deliver development at a fast pace, Fred Roach.
All new towns run into a crisis about year 3. This is because they spent 3 years buying land and putting in drains and things like that. And government don't want that. They want, where is it all? Where's the industry? Where's the housing? And so there's usually a bit of a crisis year 3, year 4. And it happened with Milton Keynes. Fred had performed unbelievably speedily at Runcorn. And I think it was the government that decided, Jock, this is the chap you're going to have.
Fred got summoned down to Milton Keynes and was asked whether he'd like the job of Director of Design and Development, which was there was a general manager, I think he was called a managing director, Walter Ismay, but this was a post immediately under him, over everything else, Director of Design and Development. Within 12 months, Ismay had gone, Fred was general manager, but he didn't like handling the detail of management. In fact, he hated it. And he had to have his, if you want to call henchmen around, to shoulder all that stuff. And of course his prize henchman was Frank Henshaw. And he looked to me on the landscape side to manage that, so that he would declare, we want the City of Trees in Milton Keynes. Are you up for it, Brian? Yeah, I'm up for it. Right, we go for it then.
Milton Keynes did indeed become a city of trees, but in these early years the pressure was on building houses.
You had huge pressure to get housing built. Government really was not very happy about lack of progress in Milton Keynes at that stage. There was also the move towards industrialised building methods in housing, which meant that you were looking to large numbers, and you had the third big factor, that the private house market had just disappeared. The private builders had gone. And we had to, when you're making promises to incoming companies and their staff and so on, that if they come to Milton Keynes they will be housed, you had to produce houses. So those pressures all contributed to gearing up for big scale production in quick time.
The man Fred Roach chose to take over his role as chief architect and planner to provide some design leadership was Derek Walker, whose private architectural practice he'd become familiar with while working in Runcorn.
It was my job to recruit a team of my choice and put that team together in order to design all the major strategic ideas for the city. The way the city should look, the landscape quality. The idea, I guess, was to generate excitement, not with just the architects and planners and landscape architects who were working with me, but also the engineers and the other members of staff.
Derek was immensely successful at drawing in talent. He really was. He drew in talent from all over the shop. They didn't always get on with one another, but they were very talented people. He was also very good at publicity. A lot of it was self-publicity. Nevertheless, Milton Keynes benefited.
The story behind Netherfield is quite interesting because there were 4 guys who I knew vaguely, and they'd done an interesting competition a couple of years previously, which had not won the first prize but had really got the second prize.
Isn't this Runcorn?
And I went to see them and talked them into coming to Milton Keynes. They were, typical AA students, Architectural Association students. They were, pretty arrogant, rather charming, but they were talented. They were very, very talented. And so I said, look, I want you guys to work on Netherfield, which is going to be one of the key early housing areas, at 1,500 houses, undulating site.
We had a saying in housing management throughout the years that if you never heard anything about an estate, it was okay. If you heard something about an estate, you were in trouble. There was this pressure to build quickly. And one of the attractions that was being put to the board was that the best way to build quickly was to build in a non-traditional manner. And this almost became a tide. I even got to the stage at one time where I'd lost my argument about the flat roofs always leak sooner or later, and had to use stupid arguments like, well, people will cycle over flat roofs. It showed you how desperate I was, really.
And the board, after some deliberation, said, we've got to get Milton Keynes underway. Let tomorrow sort tomorrow's problems out. We've got to get started. And they said, go ahead.
Norman Foster and the Bean Hill houses, built utilising fabrication techniques that were state of the art. Well, I remember Fred coming back from opening of Bean Hill 1, I think it was Bean Hill 1, and he pulled me and David Newman in. David Newman was the landscape architect working in South Milton Keynes, and said, the main access into the city at the moment is currently V7 from Bletchley. It goes right past Bean Hill 1. Earth-shaping and obliterate it, he said. I don't want this to be the first vision of Milton Keynes that visitors see. So off we went, found the necessary spoil, put in the earth mountings and planted it. And you can't see Bean Hill 1 from V7 or H9 to this day. Now, I think Fred was beginning to feel let down by his old profession about what they were producing. They didn't seem to be able to relate to the realities of building a new community in a real life political situation where he had the potential of being vilified. Well, he was, wasn't he? I mean, what is it? There is a Bean Hill far away. What was it? There is a Bean Hill far away without a city wall, where Fred Lloyd Roach was crucified. La 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 la.
Whilst large-scale, system-built, flat-roofed housing schemes using non-traditional materials were being constructed in the south of Milton Keynes, in the north of Milton Keynes a different approach was being taken.
We weren't proud of the early work that had been done. And we knew we could do better than that. But the stuff that we were producing had been under pressure, system-built stuff to produce numbers. We were better than that. Subsequently, later, we got to know a lot more about what was needed. I said in our team, we are going to build in traditional brick and tile. We are sitting on the largest deposits of natural brick in the UK, just across in Bedfordshire. It's cheap, it's available, and we're going to build in brick and tile and timber. And that's it. That's going to be our palette. And we began to experiment and do smaller things. And in Great Linford, for instance, we implemented this idea of small groups, a variety of architects. Each was given a little jewel to design, and they all designed little jewels, and it was highly successful. We were now getting to the mix of public housing, private housing, more or less the same kinds of designs, cheek by jowl, so you couldn't tell the difference whether it was rented or private. And that was, we felt, the best kind of environment that we could get to. You could walk around those spaces on the drawing board, whereas the larger scale schemes, people were just looking at patterns.
I started at Milton Keynes, if I can remember, and bear in mind it's 40 odd years ago, I think it was something like 71, 72. At the time, there was, I think, only 6 houses had been built, 6 or 8 houses being built. I used to go to the technical offices of new towns, and certainly with the butt of all the jokes at the time, and I kept saying, you see, you'll see. And I must say, the time when Milton Keynes was building 3,000 houses a year, now that's a lot of houses, when they were building 3,000 houses a year, I did enjoy going back and saying to them, just 3,000 this year. And if you'll stop and think about it, there's about 300 working days in a year. That meant it was 10 houses every day. It's more than one every working hour. You've got somebody in London packing the furniture into a van, you'd somebody halfway up the M1 and you'd somebody up here unpacking into a new home. It was a tremendous time.
With the completion of the first new housing estates came the arrival of the pioneer families. One of the things that distinguished the plan for Milton Keynes was the heavy emphasis put on social development. The Development Corporation helped people settle into their new houses and create local community groups. Corporation staff also encouraged and enabled the development of sports, the arts and the voluntary sector.
We've got French windows out as well into the back garden, which in this one's quite large. And you have a storage place outside for your...
Decided on arrivals workers coming in who were to meet the new people. We wanted to give the new residents every opportunity when they come here to settle in free of any worries or so on. I thought the settling in went very well indeed, and our arrivals workers did a good job in visiting every household twice in the first 3 months. That was the theory, and they were very helpful.
Apart from the arrivals visitors, we had a community worker who would cover a larger area, and that we would use the community house for new groups setting up. So if people wanted to set up a luncheon club for the elderly or a play group or whatever it is, they would meet there. So they didn't have to meet in their houses, they could meet into something that was independent. Because I think sometimes people are a bit wary of asking people into their homes.
My job, I came to be the Arts and Cultural Development Officer, and I realised that all the things I cared about on a personal level, which was make the arts available to the 99% of the population, meant that we had to do things differently. The one part of the master plan that really bothered me, that they only talked about, yes, in the city centre there will be a museum and an art gallery and a big theatre and all of that. And quite frankly, I knew that that would come along at the right time. What wouldn't come along at the right time is the growth from the grassroots level. And when I, said to Jock Campbell, he asked me the question, what do you think is the most important thing? And I said, back people, not buildings. And I gave my all to making sure that it was for everybody.
The master plan said that in Milton Keynes, landscape would be an all-pervading feature in every facet of its development, whether it was industrial, commercial or housing. It did not specify just how much land this would take up.
I had suggested the idea of Forest City, and this went down extremely well with the board. We wanted a parkland system, and I suggested a parkland system to the board, which looked at two things. One was a maximum and one was a minimum. And much to my absolutely joy, the board went for the maximum. And the maximum was 20% of the land take of the city.
Well, as we see the city today and its landscape, undoubtedly the biggest single factor to getting it there was Fred Roach. I can remember him early on saying, we will never have the resources to build beautiful buildings, the likes of which are enjoyed by Florence or Venice. If the city is going to be a success, it is going to be its landscape and the trees. And you arrive at Milton Keynes having got the job, I think I was called Forestry and Conservation Officer. to produce the City of Trees. Now, meanwhile, Neil Hickson, my colleague at Runcorn, I knew he too was being offered similar terms to go to Milton Keynes.
The interview was with Derek Walker and Fred. I don't think anyone else, just those two. And Tony Southard was another person being interviewed. And Derek desperately wanted Tony. Tony was an architect, planner and landscape architect. And I was just a peasant gardener, really. And Fred wanted me and Derek wanted Tony. So Fred said, oh, we'll have both of them at the same level and we'll divide the town according to however they want to divide the responsibility.
And Neil declined. The job was offered him, but he declined. And so I came to Milton Keynes without my mate, really. And it was difficult in those days because the Walker-Southard way of doing things was a lot different to what I'd been doing with Neil in Runcorn. Andrew Mahady had done these wonderful drawings of what the grid roads were going to look like in 80 years' time, and there was the vision for the grid roads. And Tony was very much for having this zonation of trees so that he believed that people would be able to identify where they were in the city by the nature of the trees that they were travelling through at that time. So to give an example, the south east of the city was to be predominantly cherry and oak. I was unhappy with this, but on the other hand, I'm not a designer, I'm a grower and a manager.
I kept getting invitations to Fred's house to talk about problems beyond, and he then started applying pressure for me to come in and organise the central landscape unit. The principal argument was that we can attract people down to Milton Keynes, but as soon as they bring their wives down here and families at the weekends, they drop out because it's such an appalling place. I felt at the time that landscape was a poor relation. It was conceived by architects and not really by with any kind of fundamental realisation that the landscape of a city is the great labyrinth of freedom, where young people, old people, weird people can wander and be themselves and not be confined and controlled by these four walls, so to speak.
Neil thought visually. So he would plant things at the front and put oak trees at the back on the basis that eventually you can cut away at the front, the oak trees will have grown. He planted things very closely together so they all fought for the light. He thought in colour, he thought in leaf size, he thought in seasons. Derek didn't do that. It was left to Neil to knit it all together.
Sometimes it was necessary to go a little bit beyond the defined financial limits to achieve success. The chief quantity surveyor, who was Frank Henshaw, who took over from Fred as general manager, he was upset by my maverick behaviour in relation to money, and I was called down and Frank and Fred were there, and Frank said, "He's done it again. He's overrun on this," and my rather nervous and stupid answer was it's the only way I've managed to achieve worthwhile things, so I've done it. I'd hardly got any words out of my mouth when I saw this kind of flicker in Fred's eyes, and he said, "Frank, he's answered it." "Thank you, Neil." So off I went with a kind of reassurance that I could do it again.
The Tree Cathedral was an amazing project which had very little to do with me. This seemed to be something that got dreamed up between Neil and Frank Henshaw.
I can tell you where the idea came from, because I was coming back from a meeting in Aylesbury and I drove past, there is a tree cathedral north of Aylesbury. I just saw this notice and I thought, bloody hell, you know, that's what, we've got the city of trees, it needs a cathedral. I want to pay some respect to Frank Henshaw, you know, because he battled with my bad behaviour fairly consistently over the years, from Runcorn to MK, and one stage towards the end he rang me up and said, you know, come down to the tower. And I went down. I thought, oh shit, what have I done now? And he just said, I always thought that Fred's belief in you and landscape was just in the eye of the believer. But I'd like to say that I think you've done a very important job.
And he was right. Absolutely right.
But he's a great man to say that.
The centre of Milton Keynes is the highest spot of the designated area. In 1967 it was a bleak, wind-swept bean field. The challenge was to transform this into the bustling heart of a new city, now visited by upwards of 30 million people a year.
Derek Walker, whom I'd known before I studied architecture in London, rang me one day to say that he'd been given the job of chief architect and planner at Milton Keynes, and I said, where's that? And he explained, and then said, would you be interested in joining me? And I said, well, it depends. What, to do what? And he said, what? How do you like to design a new city centre? Well, that didn't take very long time, sir.
4 of us in the room, Stuart in charge, and I've forgotten how we actually started. I think we read the master plan a lot.
There were quite intense conversations about how the green books were our Bible. When we were stuck and didn't think of an idea, someone would read the green book out and open it up and read the paragraph that described the city centre.
The centre in the master plan was, I don't know, if you include the park, it's about 3.5 kilometres by 1 kilometre. Our first job really was to set the pattern of roads and infrastructure in the city centre, and then to design buildings that would fit into that framework of infrastructure.
We started making diagrams. These are the grid roads. We drew it as a diagram, we ironing out the kinks, and then we built it like that. In the master plan, these are all waving about. So we said this is a diagram.
It started as a series of diagrams. 3 boulevards, 4 boulevards, 2 boulevards. We draw the versions. We drew perimeter car parking or car parking in courtyards.
It is worth remembering that all of these alternative plans were drawn laboriously by hand on paper. This was long before the advent of computer-aided design.
So that's what we were doing in the early days. Before then, we had established the infrastructure to the point where the board had agreed that that's the basis upon which we would then work. Then you get to designing buildings.
It did take a long time. We spent probably a year doing diagrams.
And at that stage, the infrastructure is fully worked out by Ken Baker working with the engineers, all in quite some detail. But at the same time this was going on, Stuart, Sid Green and I were working on the shopping. I was starting to work on what turned out to be the shopping.
We are all influenced by, a million and one things, but the two principal influences, the work of the German architect Mies van der Rohe and the way in which he approached architecture was interesting to several of us. The second influence was European 19th century buildings with the use of cast iron and glass. And what they provided was weather-protected areas of city centres which people could enjoy and which they could shop in or eat in or take a coffee or whatever. That was the other big influence.
The corporation had engaged the services of private consultants who were experts in retailing, and Healy and Baker were the first of these. And the suggestion was made that perhaps a first phase of 1/3 square feet, see how it goes, and then, if it goes well, then do a similar second phase, and so on.
Well, that was, at the time, sound, sensible, predictable commercial advice that was presented to the board and to Lord Campbell and to Fred Roach, who rejected it, so far as I could see, out of hand. It is not the Milton Keynes style. We're going to hit the marketplace between the eyes. We're going to get on with it and do it and make it work. And by God, weren't they right?
Partnership funding from the private sector was obtained from the Post Office Pension Fund, and the construction of the shopping building started.
You have to remember the other stuff that was being built in this country at around the same time, the Arndale centres and so on. They were not all that pleasant a place to be in. Contrast that with central Milton Keynes, with these high arcades, naturally lit. They were airy, they let in the sunlight. It was such a contrast to the other things that were being built in this country at that time.
It was only when the building came out of the ground that I realised that it was, and still is in my view, a masterpiece.
We knew it was a big scheme, but we didn't think it could fail. And part of that was getting people like John Lewis to commit at an early stage, and we would have liked Marks and Spencer to come in as another of the anchors at an early stage, and that they resolutely refused to do.
Marks and Spencer's did not have a policy of opening many new stores. We had no population here at the time to talk of. They did have a store in Bedford. They did have a store in Northampton. They did have a store in Oxford. They did have a store in Aylesbury. That encircled Milton Keynes. So no, they wouldn't sign up to it. They would need a lot of persuasion. That was enough for me, and I have to say our colleague David Crew at the time, who was Director of Information, for us to arrange to reserve a site for Marks and Spencer's. They were very upset about this. They said they had not reserved the site in Milton Keynes. And I told them, no, I know they hadn't, but I had. There's a man called Roger Aldridge. He was he was not happy, but they were hard luck. What really offended him, this was David Crew, because he organised the sign that went round it, and of course he did it in Marks and Spencer's logo and style. So it looked very much as though it was a Marks and Spencer sign. But, we went ahead and let the rest of the centre. John Lewis's signed up. They were fitting out. There was all sorts of commitments going on. And at the 11th hour, Marks and Spencer's began to think, I think they never admitted this, oh dear, we've made a mistake, maybe we should be there. So they got in touch and said, okay, well, they'd like to explore the possibility of taking a small store that might grow with the population of Milton Keynes. Well, we didn't have a small store, we only had the one that we'd reserved for them, and that was too big for them. Anyway, they took the store, they fitted it out, and they said because it was too big for them, they were going to partition off a substantial area on the ground floor to reduce the amount of retail space, and they would use the upper floor entirely for storage and staff accommodation. And that's what they did. And they opened the store in time for Christmas, sometime about this time of year in November. And they were overwhelmed, absolutely overwhelmed. And before Christmas, they removed all the partitions on the ground floor and expanded into the total space available. And of course, ironically, they were the first major retailer to relocate out into a much, much bigger store when the shopping centre was extended.
The Queen visited Milton Keynes with Prince Philip in 1979, shortly before the shopping centre opened. She was met at one of the entrances to the shopping centre by Stuart Moscrop and myself, and then we escorted them through into Middleton Hall, and that was a great experience. It was full of cheering, waving school children, all with their little flags. I think the Queen's visit took place in June or July 79, and in September Mrs Thatcher did the official opening of the shopping building, and Dennis was with her, and when it was time for the Thatchers to leave, we all stood outside, and it was a beautiful sunny day. The sky was blue, the sun was shining, the shopping building was reflecting all of this and the clouds, and we had earlier described what had gone into the making of the shopping building, and how the Development Corporation had been the developer, had taken the risk, but how good it was that so many private investors had come in and know all that they'd done and so on. And just as the limousine drew up for the Thatchers, and just as Dennis was about to get in, he shook hands with Fred and he shook hands with me, and he said, "Isn't the private sector wonderful?"
You've never seen anywhere like it. Central Milton Keynes. You've never been anywhere.
And then it opened. And of course it was flooded with people. People came from all over. Coaches, 3-hour journeys down the motorway to come and visit this new shopping centre. Hugely successful from day one.
I thought, first of all, we were mad to build it so big in the first phase. I didn't think we'd get away with it, and even when it opened, I took my whole family and gave them £5 each, because I thought we'd be the only people there.
Central Milton Keynes, shopping as it should be.
Junction 14, just off the M1.
Once the infrastructure was in place, developing Milton Keynes was a constant balancing act. On the one hand, there had to be enough jobs for the incoming population to be employed in. On the other hand, there had to be enough new accommodation to house the workers of any firm that decided to relocate. This delicate housing-jobs balance was always difficult to get right. When it was not right, protests would ensue. as they did in the very early days of the Development Corporation, when there were not enough houses being built to cater for the demand from industrialists. As with other aspects of the corporation's work, the task of negotiating the deals and relocating firms was entrusted to a young staff.
I remember very, very well doing the Abbey National deal. I got the Abbey National people in. We're trying to do a deal for CMK. I get as far as I can with the negotiation. They ain't budging anymore. I think there's a little bit more to be squeezed. And I think to myself, this might be a time just to touch base with the boss. So I trundled along the corridor, and Fred was in his office as it happened. He might not have been. Went in, I said, look, I'm in the middle of this discussion with Abbey National. I'm pushing them as far as I can. They don't really want to go any further. Have you got a view? He said, yeah, ever so simple. Do the best you can. Don't lose them. Okay? And that was it. That was the instruction. And I think in a way that just summed up Fred's approach, the corporation's approach actually. And Abbey National came, and then they extended and went up to about over 4,000 people working in Milton Keynes, because they took on a massive site at Shenley Wood as well. So for the corporation and job growth, it was brilliant.
The search for firms to come to Milton Keynes was not just confined to the United Kingdom. The corporation had a presence in Scandinavia and Germany, and agents in the United States and Japan, all of them targeting firms. However, this search for inward investment was not at any cost.
We had the visit of Mortensen from EDS in the States. A massive IT company, absolutely incredible IT company, and to have won that for Milton Keynes would have been awesome. They flew in one day to our heliport, and we met with them and did the tour around. And they finished up by saying, we love Milton Keynes, we want to come to Milton Keynes, and we want that. And what that was the whole of Campbell Park. EDS wanted to do Texas in Milton Keynes. They wanted the whole of Campbell Park. And we said, no. As much as we'd love your IT jobs, and as much as it would impress the whole world to have you here, no. The planning for Milton Keynes and the integrity of that plan was far more important to us than being seduced by your offer. We didn't put it quite like that, but that was the bottom line. And I think that was brilliant.
Attracting both inward investment and potential residents was an issue from the early days of Milton Keynes, when most people in the country either hadn't heard of it, or if they had, it was being made fun of on the radio.
We had early on a 6-week exhibition at the Design Centre in London at the Haymarket. And this was very, very important because a lot of people were tepid about Milton Keynes. The construction industry didn't really think it was going to happen. The city gents thought it was a bit dubious, and it was just another of those sort of socialist new towns that weren't going to work terribly well. And what was interesting is that we signed up something like 110 people from that 6-week exhibition. So Alan Ashton, who was the chief estates guy then had a whale of a time.
I remember going to the first design centre one, and there was a sort of woolly sheep in the middle that barred at you when you went in, and I'm thinking, you know, what investor's going to come in here and be impressed by that? But I think on reflection that these are all important elements of getting Milton Keynes on the map.
There's a poster made by Philip Castle. That poster surrounded a wonderful silver model of the sewage works. And I'd coined this terrific phrase, which was that if we do this for shit, think what we do for people, you see. And Jock was informed that Derek was going to do this, and Jock came down to London in his car from Nettlebed, and he, where's Derek? He said, Derek, you can't put it on. You can't put it on. You know, it's vulgar. Said Jock, I wasn't going to put it on. I just thought it'd be a great idea. He said, it is a great idea. It's also a great idea you're not putting it on. So I said, but it is true.
The marketing of Milton Keynes continued into the 80s, mainly in the form of poster campaigns and print journalism. The most memorable used wit to get people to take notice of the new city.
Cogent Elliott, our advertising agents, came in to see me with this proposal to run a TV ad at this at these really good deal rates, and it was the Red Balloon. And basically, it was a story of that was borrowed from the French film, that showed the story of a little chap carrying a red balloon around different parts of Milton Keynes and then ending up in the bowl where the red balloon race of Milton Keynes was being held. Today, this was done in '83, so today, 33 years on, it still gives me a shiver up the spine to watch that last bit where the little lad comes up the steps and goes over the top into the bowl.
Wouldn't it be nice if all cities were like Milton Keynes?
This has been the story of the people who decades ago helped create the framework, the skeleton of a new city. But it's the citizens who have chosen to come and make a new life in Milton Keynes, who have given the city its character and soul. They took the risk of leaving family and friends behind to make a new life in what was initially a raw and barren place. But they have been able to write their own history in a way that few others in more established places ever get the chance to do. The story of just how that happened is the subject of another film. But the positive can-do attitude that outsiders say characterises Milton Keynes today can surely be traced back to those who joined the Milton Keynes Development Corporation in those early days.
I think that we've done wrong things. Every huge enterprise has got warts on it. My own view of what Milton Keynes can be like is it can be like what Britain should be like. I think that by the end of the century, it can be one of the most exciting things that happened in this country this century.
I'm part of a generation which started work soon after World War II and includes those ex-servicemen who had wartime service but were still young when they came back, who had a great ambition to improve things in this country, to build a better Britain. So it was in that spirit again that the new towns started, and I think it's why we were able to attract so many talented people.
I was proud to be part of the Milton Keynes thing. I am proud of it. Nobody who wasn't there doesn't understand the energy and the idealism and the hopes and expectations that we were all putting together. It was an incredible time. Milton Keynes became something out of the energy of the 70s that was really unique and special.
It was the atmosphere created from the chairman through its chief exec, Fred Roach, right the way through the organisation, and I don't recall ever dealing with anyone that did not regard themselves as part of the team.
The enthusiasm in the corporation with members of staff from the 1970s, the commitment, as far as I was concerned, was fascinating. I'd never worked in an organisation where there was such commitment and optimism.
I think for many the pressure and commitment that everybody had to make was very stressful. A lot of marriages broke up because of that, because of the commitment to work late. If it needed you to work late, you stayed and did it. If it needed you to work weekends, you did it. I think that was, in a way, was the loyalty to people like Fred, that they thought that was what we did. We were here to do it, not to talk about it, not to just pontificate on how things should be.
Milton Keynes is not yet fully recognised for what it has achieved, and is certainly still, in many ways, reviled for what it has achieved. That hurts. I think the reason is that it is because it is a fundamentally socialist philosophy, the one of the corporate good, corporate benefit, rather than the realisation of personal success. Milton Keynes was essentially a public initiative which has worked.
It wasn't an easy job, and it wasn't just me. We were all working our guts out. And I reckon that in the end it's been worth it. We've produced a city where people want to live. I mean, that's what I discover when I talk to people. Why are you, why do you want to live in Milton Keynes? And they tell me. They tell me because they like it here.
I think it's a town for people, and I think people, well, it's something they feel there. It's roughly worked as we intended it to. And I think it will become a great city. I mean, no doubt about this at all.
Building a new city over this period of time in a greenfield site is partly a pioneering task. And what would be marvellous is if people of Milton Keynes, and one could feel sort of little signs of this, could actually feel a pride in their city, because it is their city. It's not Bill's or Bob's or anybody around here or mine or Jock Campbell's. It's their city. So we'll see the film. So
Yeah, that's
make
great.
notes.
Yeah. No, that's nice. It's good.
Sorry, Renee, was that your...
Yeah, no worries. So take your seat.
All of a sudden, the Dutch have, percentage-wise, not completely taken over, but we're the majority.
Almost taking over.
Well, great.
Now, I understand that a lot of people have gone to do something else. It's been a long 2 days.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have had a lot of feedback.
True.
Yeah. So what we thought, because there was written down in the program that we had a kind of interactive workshop, so that's what we are doing now, I think. Very small, but maybe also it's also kind of example of how it might go in the near future with everybody who's involved in this. What we were planning to do is first ask you, like Michelle also said before we went to Homeworld, to say what you, as an institute or a person, would like to add to the archive or would like to bring to the archive, and also what you would like to get. This is a question, of course, that's for everybody maybe different, but this might bring a kind of starting point. Because what we talked about also yesterday at dinner, the spaghetti is this metaphor that we were using, because there are so many people involved and so many organizations that could add or that could be involved or that could have a say in what's happening here. So first, we think that we should get a more grip on that, on who is that and what are the different kind of goals and aims, and maybe there's a core of stakeholders with a widespread kind of atmosphere around, or maybe it's there. So there could be kind of different kind of forms. But maybe the first question is also nice to do now. We have 3/4 of an hour, and then we have to leave. So what we could do is just ask you from the different organizations. So just think of what you could bring or gain from it. And then we could have some suggestions maybe for the further.
And I think two rules, well, not rules, but I think the person with the microphone is the person speaking, because we're still recording this, and obviously then we're able to pick up, what you're saying, because I can't guarantee I'm going to make accurate notes. So it's always good to, and we'll be putting this up on YouTube afterwards as well as a recording. So, so yes, so obviously that will be for people to see, yeah. And then also to who haven't been able to make today, will be able to inform it as well. And then secondly, after the Milton Keynes and UK people, because I'm not going to assume everyone is Milton Keynes, but I think they are, it would be nice to have the Dutch friends also give a view in terms of what they've heard over the 2 days, in terms of what they think a community or a particular person or organisation could give and might bring, just from an objective perspective as well. So, because we value the external critical friend, I think is the word.
Yeah, and then we finalise with maybe creating some or setting some next steps. So, what would be the next step in this whole gathering, and it's all.
So we need someone.
Yeah, maybe someone
to start.
I was just going to ask you to sort of contextualise it all, and who are all the partners already? Because I think that's actually quite a useful starting point. Perhaps.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's,
okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, okay, I think. Well, we have formal partners. So we have the 3 major archive partners in terms of collections. So Milton Keynes City Discovery Centre, Catherine, Living Archive, Milton Keynes, and obviously Mel was here today. Buckinghamshire Archive, and Chris was here yesterday. And obviously through Buckinghamshire Archives, it is a joint arrangement. So it's also the Milton Keynes City Council Service. So currently the role is that statutory role to collect the records of our organisation, and organisations defined as public record organisations. So that includes the Development Corporation, that would include the Development Partnership, that would also include the New Housing Company, so anything which is related to the parent body as well. So I think that's something to remember, that the Development Partnership records are also covered by that statutory duty. So those are the formal partners. We then also have other consulting partners who have been working closely with us, also around the table. So Milton Keynes Heritage Association, who themselves have been doing their own archive projects with grassroots historic societies and their members. And obviously some of those members aren't in Milton Keynes geographically, but feel part of Milton Keynes culturally. So they might be part of, say, the Northamptonshire or the Aylesbury Vale or Bedfordshire area. So the Greater Milton Keynes, we normally call it, which sounds slightly, we're going to take over the world, but I think we can settle with just taking over this part of the country.
We'll stop at the North Sea. Don't worry.
And then obviously there are, well, not obviously, but there are also a lot of community organisation partners who have worked with us, particularly on two key projects. So the Newtown Heritage Explorers, where, for example, the Islamic Arts Heritage Association, so AMWA's group, Mike Gazebo in terms of Global Outreach Federation, the African and Caribbean Heritage Union, and also Nana, who couldn't be here, but as part of the junior filmmakers and who organised the Black History Month as well. They have been partners in that project. We also had the Middle Eastern Cultural Association. So there are a range of, I would say, consulting partners within that. And then we have the interested town and parish councils. So Woughton Community Council have been involved in the Newtown Heritage Explorers. Stony Stratford and the Fuller Slade Residents Association have been involved in the Newtown Register projects, the community films that we saw this morning. So it's understanding that there are also lots of partners who we're engaging, who have different forms of heritage. It can be heritage of communities, it can be heritage of a geographical area, but it's just taking a view in terms of starting somewhere and incrementally continuing to build a network and work with those organisations. And we obviously there are others that we know that we want to work with. Some of those projects have involved schools. Milton Keynes Academy in particular has been a really important focus and has done a lot of work around trails, the students doing their own heritage projects. So there's a network there, but I think it's probably worth saying that there are those formal partners that I think really have been focused over many years in terms of how do we try and make this happen.
Yeah, and like Pooleyville, what's
well, Pooleyville, I've sort of worked with Simon over the last 2 or 3 years, and by hook or crook, brought in what I think is a fabulous creative agency who's very much of Milton Keynes as well. And I think it's something that we've seen in terms of how artists can be the interpreter, how the archive can be reinterpreted in creative ways. And I think very conscious that potentially the archive space can also be a space for creative industry and business. And I see Pooleyville work with a range of different artist groups across Milton Keynes, a lot of creatives across Milton Keynes, some of them individuals, who I think there's a potential interest there.
But and when you talk about the formal partners that are the archives, do they also deliver their archives over here? Is that why they are the formal partners? Why are they?
They're formal partners in terms of they've signed up to a principle of having a city archive, but there's been no, other than that, I mean, there's been discussions in terms of what might and might not happen, but it's almost like the agreement is we sit round the table together and discuss it openly.
Yeah.
And there are, certain red lines which partners will have, so which make perfect sense. So, for example, and I'm sure Catherine won't mind me saying, Milton Keynes City Discovery Centre, you either have to bring all of it from Bradwell Abbey, or it stays there. You can't do a halfway because in terms of capacity, confusion.
Yeah.
So you can't just bring 50% of the records over. So
Is
I mean,
that the same for
Living,
Buckingham?
and for Living Archive, yes.
Yeah, okay, but Buckingham...
Buckinghamshire is slightly different because there are certain classes of records which might have to stay at the county anyway.
Yeah.
But things like coherent collections, like, for example, the Development Corporation, would be the first collection to come across because that's the most important.
Okay. And the museum?
The museum is a...
Where is it in this, when you...
The museum is a partner in the sense that Catherine also works for Milton Keynes Museum, in a way Milton Keynes City Council as well, but is employed by Milton Keynes Museum because the museum also has an important archive, and so the museum obviously supports the archive as a principle, and obviously understands it's also a potential heritage organisation it could work with. But I think, again, we're right at the beginning. We need to work out how those two institutions would work together, because at the moment the archive is just words on a paper. So, it's about not just us as a group, but people coming up with ideas in terms of, as we talked about, what kind of archive do we want this to be, and doing those incremental steps. And at least, phase one is let's start somewhere. Let's start with something physical here, even though it might be very small, and then let's really test and experiment with different types of activity and activity engagement program, where we can get response from the public in terms of, yeah, we like this, or no, we actually think you should be doing this a bit more. And obviously we've seen oral histories, we've seen films, we've seen hot air balloons, we've seen wiki pavilions. It's all open for discussion at this point in time.
Start somewhere,
exactly.
So,
yeah.
But maybe it's good to do also the round.
Yes, because I've spoken too much.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's good to have this view on.
Okay.
And it's really spreading. You can see that's a kind of core, and then it spreads. So it's also interesting to find out what everybody expects from...
I suppose the other thing I should say is I am an archivist by training and profession, so actually I think I know what I'm trying, what I'm on about. Catherine is the perfect archivist. I'm a lazy one. But I think part of the understanding is I'm the officer tasked with delivering a city archive as the lead archive person in the council, but I am also an archivist by profession, so I do understand it. It's where I come from. It's my background.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
In case you thought I was an imposter.
I think it goes back to some of the points that you made previously about how Milton Keynes is known as a kind of city of design, and that being a really important part of how we should be presenting ourselves as a place, and the role of the archive within that actually is hugely important, and a hugely important piece of hopefully new cultural infrastructure for the city, and the council obviously working on a new cultural infrastructure plan, which I'm assuming the archive is central to that. For me, I think one of the most inspiring parts of the visit to the Netherlands was coming to see you at the new institute, just as a kind of location and as a kind of aspiration for what could be here in the city, that there is sort of national and international quality research going on in Milton Keynes as part of the archives kind of programs. And then also, I think, making sure that creatives are able to kind of access and use the material to engage communities, as Shane has obviously commissioned us to do, I think is really, really important. I mean, I think there's also a lot of other archive material out there, like the archives of the gallery, for example, which I worked at for 15 years. You know, it's got a huge amount of material that actually should be preserved within the kind of city archive, and that story I think is really, really important. Equally with the other kind of cultural organisations in the city, that should be kind of brought in and added in. And also the kind of smaller, I guess, radical stories, personal collections that aren't currently in the archives as is, should be something that we kind of think about. We're having some conversations with Alan, who's part of the Rainbow Housing Co-op, who always kind of take part in Heritage Open Days, but actually I think those sorts of stories, little kind of micro histories of the city are really important, or should be part of the kind of collection that we're sort of thinking about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, this is Robert Exell with the Heritage Association. We've got about 70 members, including people like Tim and the museum and Bletchley Park. But most of our people that we represent mostly are fairly small heritage organisations, which are enthusiasts, volunteers, some of which, most of the groups meet monthly with talks of various historic nature, sometimes relative to Milton Keynes, sometimes more general. Some of them have their own archive material, in some cases quite extensive archive material. Most of them, I think, I would be right in saying, want to keep their own material locally. And since our membership does extend, as Shane said, to the neighbouring areas, in Northamptonshire, outside Milton Keynes area, in Buckinghamshire, Aylesbury Vale, that it would not be appropriate for their archive material to come to Milton Keynes. I don't think they've got other archive depositories that are appropriate for their material. But quite a few groups have got material that potentially they may be interested in the long term, in depositing in a central archive. And it's partly because all the material at the moment is at Aylesbury, which is only perhaps 20 miles away, but it's not an easy journey from Milton Keynes, unfortunately, to Aylesbury. They're not really, they don't want to deposit their material away in Aylesbury. So this is where we would come into a central archive here. And I think once an accessible archive in Milton Keynes was available, most of our groups would be more inclined to use this archive rather than Aylesbury. But we have got to I think, be aware that material that predates the Milton Keynes Development Corporation sort of period would probably still be appropriate to keep in Aylesbury, because the area was primarily a rural area, so the organisations that were involved with this area, if you like, were linked in more with North Bucks than Milton Keynes, because Milton Keynes is obviously a more recent development. So it's an interesting situation, but certainly we're pleased to be involved at this stage, at this early stage, because within Milton Keynes, as we've seen with the Living Archive, people that are in Milton Keynes, their history needs to be recorded and secured locally in Milton Keynes, centrally, really. Thank you.
Okay.
Shall I do my reflection as critical friend now or later? What?
No, just do it. It's okay to do.
Yeah, very briefly. Okay. Yeah, so something I've been thinking about over the last two days, and something we've also discussed around here before, is, that this specific history of Milton Keynes is really unique, and also all the kinds of images and vibes and energy it's kind of produced in terms of design, also these kind of paintings, but also the general excitement of the futurism of the time. And I think that could be really embraced as also the way Milton Keynes represents itself to the outside world. And that might really be something that a lot of people could mobilize behind. So that could generate like some kind of civic pride on the one hand, but also I think a lot of like economic forces in the city might also find it interesting to have like this collective way of presenting yourself, and that might also be a way to generate funding for kind of activities in presenting this. And part of presenting that would definitely be some kind of center where people can meet and like engage with this specific history. And yeah, another thing I was thinking about during the presentations also today is maybe to give two more interesting examples again from the Netherlands. But, I was like thinking about like there's this enormous wealth of stories and that have already been, and like material that has already been collected. And I was thinking of this one specific example, the Instagram page of a new institute actually. Of this, they also have like a specific Instagram account for the collection. And I think I noticed there's a lot of interaction with that specific account, and just like now and then they share like one example from the collection, and there's just so many people responding to it and like engaging with these forms. And another example is that's from Amsterdam. You have the so-called Stadscuratorium. That's the curatorial committee of the city, and they're basically a municipal committee, and they're charged with reflecting on art in public space. And I think that's already a very interesting format to have like a municipal committee who's like judging also new forms of art in public space that are being installed, but they're also like documenting it and also like sharing it on an Instagram page that is also really popular. So they have like these sometimes really obscure artworks in specific neighborhoods, and then there's a lot of people like talking about it. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, I guess, but like also like using social media as a way to bring many of these stories together on a central level, maybe. I think that could be interesting. Yeah.
Do you want to speak on that? I don't know what the question is. Carry on.
So, Tim Skelton from the Forum. As I outlined this morning, the more I think about it, the more I move to having some sort of architecture centre, something based around the design of the city. I'm concerned about a phased approach in that we just get stuff here and we'll see what happens and then build on it slowly. I think we need a grand plan that has to excite people, because a lot of the funding for this is going to come from public resources, and if it's just done on an incremental basis, I can see you get the situation whereby people say, oh, it's that again, needs another 500,000 or whatever, 100,000. Whereas if there's a grand design and people are buying into the design, they then find a way of perhaps providing money for it. And I think that's important. I do think, as I said earlier, about this thing about disaggregating the built form and the human form. Mm-hmm. Is important, because I think from our point of view as the civic society, I could see us holding meetings in an architecture centre, holding meetings, meetings with developers presenting plans that we can host, developers holding presentations here, rather than as we have had. We had a meeting a number of months ago in the Point to be told by the developer what they were doing, but we were stood in a derelict building basically, and opportunities for developers to engage with the public. Yeah. Also, the thing that concerns me is the turnover of staff in the council, which we all depend on, and particularly the planning department. And picking up what Catherine said yesterday about, she needed to go away to find out about the city, and there should be somewhere where, and I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to be in a building, but even if it was just a 10-minute video, introductory video, for anybody coming into Milton Keynes, well, this is what Milton Keynes is all about. But these are the important things. Because it occurred to me, I gave a talk a number of years ago to a school, a Denby school, and this was to 11, 12, 13-year-olds. And I was thinking to them, perhaps they don't even know Milton Keynes is planned on a grid. You know, it's all second nature to us. But if you just look at your phone, you wouldn't necessarily know it's even on a grid. And I was saying to our son, who's born in Milton Keynes, the other day we were just chatting. So how do you navigate around? You know, if I say, go down to V6 or anything like that, Grafton Street. What do you tell your friends? Well, we just work it out. They don't necessarily know it by road names or anything like that.
So did he know about it? They get around and things. But so this explains people like that. But I think this idea of having somewhere that concentrates on the design of the city. So when I've done tours for the City Discovery Centre, for school children from outside the area, students, which will go to the City Discovery Centre, but it's in a medieval building basically, and to be able to come into a modern building like this, and when we had a meeting that we hosted a number of years ago, the designation director of English Heritage, one of the top heritage people in the country, said that Central Milton Keynes, we should be going for World Heritage status as a planned city centre. Mm-hmm. And that goes hand in hand with aspiration and something concentrating on the design. Yeah, that's
good. And not being, I'm going to say messed up is the wrong word, but conflicted with other things which can be done better elsewhere. Okay, I did a video on the development of the National Hockey Stadium a number of years ago as part of a project at the for Living Archive, and that to me is a living archive.
Yeah.
Thing, not something for an architecture centre.
Okay.
And I think that's important.
Okay. We have noted. I just one thing about the incremental. Yeah, you give it to me. Yeah. Is that I didn't think of incremental as being that you bring some parts of some archives already here. I think maybe that's what I got wrong, but that you can have a kind of incremental process in how you want this building or how you want to work together. As being part of the process of making the archive. So it could also be incremental in first testing some events or maybe meetings around concerning planning or developers, so that you can see how it works and not bringing in already something, because maybe that's not the case.
I was thinking more about the development of it. So you say this is
what so that's also what's very important in this whole process is there are some words that we use all the time that might be differently used. So an archive for me is maybe something different than for you, or an architecture center. For me, when I think of an architecture center, then I think of something else than you, I think. So this is also important in defining terms.
That is maybe also something that we could put on our list for next steps.
Yeah.
Like what exactly is, when we're talking about an architecture center, is that, are we doing a presentation of buildings, or are we talking about the city?
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to talk without a microphone.
Sorry, there was one other point.
No, it's okay.
No,
one
it's
other
fine.
point as well, as to why.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Yep.
As to why the Heritage,
Here we
why
go.
the Heritage Association weren't part of the study tour.
Which study tour?
Why Robert wasn't with you?
When? What do you mean? Just now?
No, when you had the trip to the Netherlands.
Oh.
You know, the chap.
We had a limited number of people, so that it was just who we could take at any point in time.
But I would have expected Robert to be there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the whole spaghetti thing again, I
yes,
think.
this is the spaghetti thing. Yeah.
Shall we go on, or do you want to say something?
I'll save it for later. No, I just wanted to say, like, there's also a difference, also semantic discussion. Like, if you have a grand plan, doesn't mean that you necessarily have to execute it all in one. So you can also have, like, this grand vision, and then start working on it incrementally, which is perhaps, this phasing is perhaps more realistic.
Yeah, and then you can also...
you can test things. And
and then you can take this experience in making this vision more clear. That's how we think.
Right. My name is Bianca Bendick-Cisse. I'm part of Stony Stratford Town Council, and I'm also on the Resident Association on Fuller Slade and the Estate Renewal Forum. So my focus coming here was our estate is going to be regenerated. The whole process started 7 years ago, resident engagement wasn't great, so I really like to get some fresh ideas on how resident engagement can be improved, and seeing what other cities have done, the different approaches, and we would very much like to be part of the living archive, especially as we're having the 50 years of Fuller Slade celebration next year. So documenting the way up to the celebration itself, recording the past and the vision for the future. Because Fuller Slade will change with the regeneration, and we don't want to forget the history, but we would also like to make a record of what is going on so people feel involved and can go back to what has happened on the estate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm David Muston, work alongside Robert with Heritage Association. I've got a number of hats on. I'll just pick up on something what you've just said there. Of the 70 little local history groups, which are broadly based on small villages, parish typically, residents associations, again I'm on my local residents association, a lot of these people are outside of Milton Keynes and they're interested in their local history. It is relatively introspective. So they have a big problem which we're trying to get through with them on our current project, which we call Arch MK, which is to catalogue their archives and get them in order, because at the moment they can be occasionally well organised, but mostly not. I'm looking at Catherine. I think she knows about this. A lot of them still exist in shoe boxes on the top of cupboards or under the bed or whatever. So they need, they need some serious organising. Eventually, I believe most of those will get digitised. And through that, they become much more accessible to everybody. But simply cataloguing them is the first step, so that people can find the stuff, because they grown like Topsy. But the key word is most of these 70 groups, well, let's say 50%, probably 70% of them, have a tagline in their title which says, investigating the past and recording the present for the future. And the interesting thing is I'm looking at it now, and we talked about how long Mel had been doing it. I've been doing it probably 30 years. And so the recent stuff, the 30-year stuff, is the stuff that is overly familiar, but actually needs to be catalogued. Because the other problem we've got is, the Grim Reaper, and time moves on. We're losing younger members. We've had some big attempts to try and engage with them, a number of big HLF-supported projects where we've gone out to schools and we've started to do that. But then broadly we find that the kids, the school kids, huge enthusiasm, and it loses, and it's a gap before it starts to come back in again when people have the time to look at this sort of stuff. So that's an overall view on some of the problems. But we have to do it before we run out of people who are prepared to do it, have got the time to do it, or the facilities to do it. And an idea of getting enthusiasm going in some way, maybe through some sort of central archive hub that we can do it to get people along and get them thinking about it, would be a good move, which we support. The other one, which I mentioned during the walk, that the area that I live in was not part of the original. It got itself extracted from the designated area, and therefore it continued to exist in its broadly agricultural way, and then became a bit of a dormitory, upmarket dormitory. They were again quite relatively introspective for the people there. And where we're thinking about going from there now is to say, well, how does that relate to what's going on in Milton Keynes? Having now gone into the area, we've got new housing estates coming out over what was broadly the agricultural belt along the edge of Milton Keynes. Now, what we're intrigued about here is there's going to be, there are the new people I just mentioned, the young families now coming in. They're sitting in estates which have got roads based on Roman names, because there was found some Roman archaeology there. At some point they're going to ask, where was my house in relation to that archaeological find, to that ridge and furrow, you know, to that ancient hedgerow? And hopefully we're going to be able to tell them, yes, because we archived the early stuff that was being created over the last 30 years, when the archaeologists were able to come and dig our area, we are able to overlay that new information, your information on what, and you can see what went before. Now that is going to happen all the way around the periphery of Milton Keynes as it expands and will continue to expand. And probably in our area, we've done our generation, there'll be another generation, will be long since gone. But I'm quite intrigued about laying the background, laying the foundations for that to go forward. And that's creating archives to come somewhere. And I like the concept of having an exciting area to come and view them, as well as the more serious archiving when you actually go back deep into archive and you have the experience of being able to handle the original work and see the original work in its original format, which I think is always important. Anyway, enough from me.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, so I'm Catherine McIntyre. I'm representing the City Discovery Centre today, but I do have a lot of hats on as well as David, not least as a Milton Keynes resident myself. So I would like to briefly have air my views from that point of view as well. But I'll go back to your original questions of what can the Discovery Centre bring to a city archive and what we can gain from it. And I think obviously we have been collecting material for over 30, 40 years as well, on urban planning and architecture. So that's our remit, is that urban planning and that architecture area. So we've got some really strong collections in that area, which we can obviously bring to the archive. As you saw at the Wiki Pavilion yesterday, most of the stuff that was in there was from our collections. So that interpretation that Simon and Alison have done is really useful, because not everyone will want to visit and come and see that stuff at the Discovery Centre. So bringing it out to people is really important, and that interpretation for people is something that we maybe don't have a lot of time and resource to do for ourselves. So that interpretation that external people can come and do is really useful. So obviously we can bring our collections, we can bring my expertise as an archivist. We can also gain from the archive as well, because ever since I started there, I've been banging on about proper storage. So if the new archive has proper storage, that would be wonderful. And also just that profile of being somewhere where everything is that relates to our collections as well, is going to be really helpful. So as a resident of Milton Keynes, when you describe that kind of spaghetti of people and organisations, I can really relate to that, and it is confusing and can often be frustrating as a person who lives here to know where to go to find what you need. So I think one of the important things, I think I said yesterday, about bringing things together is that simplification for people who live here, and also people who don't live here. You know, academics, I'm always having to like list out for them when I'm answering inquiries the different places they can go to get information. Signposting is a big part of what I do. As Shane said yesterday, I do have a good knowledge of the collections of Milton Keynes, and so I'm always trying to signpost people to where they all are. So if I can just say they're all in the City Archive, that would be lovely.
They're in the hub.
Yeah, and I think that the activity-led side that we've been talking about would be really nice to do something more with, because we use our archive collections in our school visits at the Discovery Centre, but we kind of don't maybe do it enough. So being able to be somewhere where people who are going to do that activity can access our collections, know what we've got, and use them in a new and different way is quite an exciting prospect, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to begin with my perspective as a tourist here in Milton Keynes when I arrived here on Tuesday. Because I walked down from the central station towards, through central Milton Keynes. And I also walked past the library, actually, and it really looks not very inviting, if I'm honest. And I think it's a very strategic place for such, an event-based place, or also looking at exhibition, but also kind of as maybe even a touristic information center or architecture center or urban room, or what you might call it, because I was really looking, okay, how can I get kind of a glimpse of this city? What am I going to see if I explore further? And of course you find everything online, you have Google Maps on your phone, but really a physical place where you can just hop in and then get kind of an idea of what is Milton Keynes and then move on to your visit. I think that would be really a bonus of having such a space on such a strategic place. And then of course the Discovery Center, but also the museum are quite far away in that sense that you won't be able to pass it by very quickly. So I think it's also very fortunate that you have this building at this specific site where a lot of people pass by. And then from more of a maybe professional point of view, I think there are a lot of different questions also being put to the table. So on one hand, it's about different kind of activities and events you can do. It's also about working together as institutions. It's also about having this physical space and how you're going to put all these different kinds of places and different kind of functions together. And I think, to give an advice, I talked to Catherine about this earlier, being also a relatively young institution as a new institute, it's really important, and also being merged by 3 different organizations to one, it's really important to keep listening to each other and also make, keep in touch with what is your identity, how can you create a common identity, where are your common grounds, and really make sure that you don't have these opposing forces that you're like, oh no, but I don't want that. That you really just keep talking. I mean, I think it's really a process. And if everyone just stays open-minded and really positive about having this one center over here, it's going to be very great. But you just have to keep talking to each other and keep communicating, and it's going to be quite a challenge.
It's very nice kind of perspective, I think.
Yeah,
reflection. So let's close now.
I think
really.
Thank you. So,
and now, next steps.
No, I would like to add one thing while listening to all of you. We haven't been talking so much about what is actually at the core of this whole thing, the archive itself. How do you activate the archive? We've only been talking about the living archive, the cultural archive, but the archive with the professional archive, which is going to be here, hopefully, probably also needs some activating and some bringing life to. And of course you can do that by exhibitions and all kinds of things, but the estimations of how many people, how many researchers will actually professionally use it are not that high. If you look at how many people are using it now. However, I think you could look at other institutes, also like New Institute does this. They have a cooperation with universities, with the Technical University of Delft, for which they make this sort of research program and have a special study center using the archive of the new institute, and then also using researchers and students from the university to sort of take further steps, therefore not only using the archive, but also interpreting, in making interpretations. And you can also use that for exhibitions again, to communicate it with the larger audience. Or CCA is one of those big institutions in Montreal, where they actually have programs inviting researchers for just a week, so it's not expensive. And then they ask them to dive into one of the archives from their specific point of view, write something about it, or make an exhibition, or do whatever is their profession. So you could think of making it work for you, the archive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Can I just sort of say something now that the round has finished?
Come back in. I endorse Tim's point about having a central location where planning things could be discussed, because there's representing Milton Keynes Forum today. As he said, not only have we gone and stood in derelict buildings, but we had to go to a meeting with planners on an industrial estate, which is difficult to get to. The Kingston one is what I'm thinking of. So, having a central location would be good. And the other point that I kind of want to make is to try and get more people involved. I think it was Michelle referred to the spaghetti of organisations that there are in Milton Keynes, and that's absolutely right. But an awful lot of them have the same people in them. I'm involved in political things, cultural things, heritage things. I keep bumping into the same people, in lots of these events and so on. We need to get a lot more other people involved. I don't know how to do it, but if archiving is going to be a success, it's going to need input from a lot more than just the usual suspects, which is kind of most of us here today. Well, the ones from Milton Keynes anyway, sort of here today. So and a central facility might help with that, given that a lot of people come to Central Milton Keynes for other things like shopping or leisure or whatever. They might just pop in, whereas they're probably not going to go to Bradwell Abbey because it's kind of off the beaten track, or the museum at Wolverton, which doesn't even have a bus service to it, for example. So a central facility would be useful from that point of view and might engage more people.
Yeah. So that could work as also bringing a tool, almost bringing everybody together.
Yeah.
How do you say, the wekker?
The alarm clock.
The alarm clock went because
it's our sign, our cue.
We have to go to the station in some minutes. Hearing this, I think this is also already a nice start of a process in which, I think we already said it also, a suggestion of us is go around the table and sit with each other, talk about what also define the different stakeholders really, like what is really your stake in it and what is really your goal and where does it overlap and stay listening and talking to each other, keep listening and talking to each other. So it might be a kind of homework in doing this kind of round the table, and then maybe also somebody who is more external can moderate it, so that it's not becoming that when somebody is moderating and is involved in it, then it could be more helpful. So we talked about it yesterday, that this step of gathering, I don't think that everybody was already at one table sooner. So this is the first step in bringing in the stakeholders and the partners, and also defining, we just did it, in who is involved, but then there is a core which is really delivering something, and there are stakeholders that are gaining something, but it's also spreading in the city. So maybe a diagram is like, make it visual, show where I'm here, you there, and this is overlapping. This could be very practical in just talking with each other and starting this conversation. And I think one important thing is mentioned also a lot already is this cultural infrastructure. So don't hesitate to involve also the creative industry. And I can imagine that what Tim says, that there are different worlds that come together, but maybe in a building like this, it's also possible. And maybe it's also good that we show some examples, like also René just did, in when we talk about an architecture center or a hub or something like that, that we show what it is, like the New Institute, but there are more examples to show. So that could be a first step to take, and maybe Shane should take the lead in that, but because it's in your...
you're the archive.
You have this task also.
I have the task.
And what we also talked about is the building being part of this process, because you can already do something. Next week the Pavilion is coming. Maybe you should.
All of those things.
Maybe you should call it the archive podia or pavilion or whatever. So that also mention the word in whatever you are going to do. It's also something that we were discussing and talking about. It's maybe also not, but think of those things. There are so many terms and definitions, and it's becoming then otherwise a chaos. So. Yes, this and the cultural. That's what I said. So the building, the talking with each other, the cultural infrastructure as something that's important to bring. So you probably have something to add.
I don't think so. These are ingredients of the grand plan, right? So that's all steps to be taken towards something. And I'm not going to talk in that anymore.
No, but maybe that's very important, because we talked about a plan, but a vision. So you should work together on something. Not only talk about what's your goal, but also what's your stake, but also where do you want to go to in the future.
I think that's really important. And while Tim might disagree in terms of, we have to start somewhere. We're starting somewhere. We think it has to be small, but he's right in that you need to know where you're going. You need to know the vision. What is the grand plan? What is this archive going to look like? Maybe at the end, you might not know all the details. It might flex and stretch and change as it goes on its journey. But I think, and we discussed this last night. There are some fundamentals which are agreed, and that is a positive start in terms of what we've done over the last 2 days. And we, when we write this up and send this out, and then we move to those next steps, we will have some of those fundamentals already in place. And then where we go from there, I think, is the collaborative approach, and taking on people's views, but. It will be a process of experimentation, it will be a process of negotiation, it will be a process of hopefully not shouting, but there will be some strong views which people might not like in terms of what ends up, because I really want to try and make sure that Milton Keynes gets the archive it deserves, and I think the starting point of all of this is, I think, one of those fundamentals, we all agree it's not a traditional local authority-led archive that for example, Buckinghamshire County Archive, because that was created in the 1930s, the Bedfordshire, the county archive model. It's more about understanding that we are a specialist design, architecture. It's looking at the collections themselves and what does that archive then become. I think it is more like New Institute, but maybe not on such the national grand scale. But Almira showed us that it can be about design, it can be about architecture, it can be about communities. And I think having it in the centre, where you've also got the building of the city centre itself as almost like the most new town modernist part of Milton Keynes. I think it's you know, just walking to Homeworld today, it's the living in the space, in those urban design spaces, and that the archive is actually in part of that and helping to tell that story. So just as much as, you know, what happens in the building, it's about, and not just the activities in terms of outreach to the local communities, it's about those walks and those tours, and it's that engagement and actually going and seeing this in real action as well.
Sounds
So,
like an architecture centre.
it does, doesn't it? So maybe if we all agree it's an architecture centre, but we'll still call it a city archive for now, and yeah, and we'll have some fun defining it. Well, thank you so much, International New Towns, Stephanie from Hit New Institute, Renee as well, and all of you for staying today. Obviously, we've captured information from people yesterday as well, and I'm sure this is only the start of the journey. So. Yeah, we will evaluate, and then we'll come back and we'll take it from there. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for attending.
Yes.
Change the Prime Minister as well. Our 5-year-old granddaughter gets through 3 Prime Ministers.